Alright, let's try this again. Game Awards are tonight. I don't know if I'll watch them. We'll see. If I get kicked out before 1 a.m. when they start, sure, why not? But, I say that like I'm going to stream it. I'm probably not. Not really any point, but whether I watch them live or not will be based on that. Oh, fuck. Alright. Let's go. So, before we were so rudely interrupted by the servers dying completely, like seconds from the meat of the real reveal of what Elpis is. Alright, I'm adjusting my quilt. It's all fucked. Where's the corner on? Is that what? There it is. Jesus, it's so out of alignment. Dig a little bit out of the battery. Just tear him out of the fuel engine before he fades processed away. Oh, buddy. Can't get stuff in the battery pretty good. Ugh.
おかげさまで世界を見渡すことは愚かゾディアークとのつながりさえ感じ取れない身だ説明がないとわからない ついにゾディアークが捧げられた皆の魂も帰ったということか再び終末が訪れてしまったことには当然思うところもあるだが一方でその発端となったのがファディネルだったのならエリディブスとして責任を果たす必要があるだろう君が最後に焼いてくれたおせっかいのおかげで14人委員会についての記憶は多少なり保管できている知っていることを伝えるくらいはやぶさかではないという話だ
Probably should have said the other one actually. Same as last time I said this one, let's see what happened. I suspect this line would be the same.
しかし何を話したものか終末そのものについての認識は君が調べてきたことと大差がない 天脈が薄い地域から星が腐り落ちていく。その法則に気がついたのは、そう、パダニエルだった。無論君があった今のパダニエルではない。終末当時その座についていた。
Although he is neither here or now. Not anymore.
彼は誰よりも早い段階から終末の現象を明かし、対策を練ることに心血を注いでいた。あの執念と彼の有した天文の知識があってこそ、天脈と終末発言の関係が分かったんだ。今のパダニエルも別人とはいえ彼の魂を継ぐものだっただろう。それが自ら終末を望むとはいかんだよ。確かにそれは私たちの時代にあったものだ。もっとも私が知る
Alright, here we go.
エルピスは創造魔法で生み出された生物の実験場だった。そこで生態を調べ、認可された種だけが世界に解き放たれたのだ。そしてもう一つ、さっきの話に出たオリジナルのパダニエルが14人委員会に入る前、
Did we ever find out what his original name was? Like his Asian's original name?
その頃の
Hermes. Ah, there we go.
前の彼の名はヘルメスという。とはいえ、それらの事実と終末の関係性はわからない。君が持ってきてくれた記憶のクリスタルはあくまで14人委員会に関するもの。エルピス自体もかつての終末で壊れ、残骸すら残っていない。
Oh.
いや、君はエルピスにいた。私はそれを見た覚えがある。おかしい。そんなはずはない。この記憶の断片は何だ、これはどうしてこんなにも。すまない。記憶が混濁したようだ。だがおかげで一つ思いついた手がある。君が過去のヘルメスが所長をしていた
Time travel.
水晶港の記憶を垣間見た私には、この時空を超える塔の制御法がわかる。
It's probably good that we stopped you when we did. Wait. You want to send us back in time?
もって君を過去に飛ばすことが可能かもしれない。
Can you bring us back when we're done?
行くべき場所も明確なのだから。ただし、あれはあまりに遠い過去だ。これだけの条件が揃っていても、しっかりとした門は開けないだろう。向こうにたどり着いた君は、かつて私が召喚した光の戦士たちよりもさらに希薄な状態になるに違いない。おそらく誰の目にも見えないし、声すらも届かない。
Well, it's actually kind of optimal in a way. It means we can't change the past. You already remember it happening, which means we must run into you. There, surely.
なぜなら君が帰ってくるここはあくまで終末が起きたという歴史をたどった世界。 過去で何をしたところで悲劇をなかったことにはできない。今の苦しみをなくしてはくれない。
I wonder about that.
それでも行くのか。敵であった私に。
You say that, but like the founders we had. Well, actually, not that. Sorry. He says that, but the whole reason you're in here now is because someone did go back to the past and change the present. His present.
わかった。ならば私も調停者の最後の責務として君を送り届けるとしよう。指示は出すから君がそれを操作してくれ。まずは塔に蓄えられたエーテルを時空転移魔法の構築に回す準備だ。
Do you know how to do that? We're going to burn up his soul to travel to the past.
それで準備は完了だ。間もなく門が開く。星見の間の方に移動してくれ。いい調子だ。エーテルも順調に流れ込んでいる。これなら私の魂も含めて使い切ってくれるだろう。何を驚く。
Yeah, he did.
これが最後の責務だと。ゾディアークが散った今、私がここで長くまどろむ理由はない。私は帰る。そしてまた会いたい人たちがいるんだ。夢ではなくて大地の上で。だから振り返らずに行くがいい。君が光の戦士なら。ハイデリンよ、私は先に行く。真なる者、古き人も残すところは君だけだろう。
The thing that gets me is that this is
一番寂しい。
burden and the solitude. Rest in peace, Leviticus.
残されたものの意地で、君と新たな英雄のやり方で。
You take that with more grace than I expected.
どうか。
Here we are again. Yeah, but it's fucked to think about. We're not even going back. You're not even seeing like a shade of Amurat. We're going to be seeing the real shit, the real people. We're doing this a lot more gracefully than we did last time as well. I guess after the first time, you know, you're kind of like, okay, I kind of get it. Again, the only concern is getting back. Ooh, look at that. Are we going to be able to use an Aetherite to go back in time? Well, hell. They didn't always have the hoods up. Yeah, they really were just big people, huh? Big humans. Aren't all little odd shade people. Aetherite like device. Fuck, it is too, eh? Sensible enough. Still, it's nuts that they actually designed what a Morrow time Aetherite looked like. You can't hear us. Did say the magic would be incomplete, to be fair, so Propylium. Okay, so incomplete time travel, you just end up, you're able to go back, but you just see everything like you're a ghost. We also can't even use our dash or anything here. Yep. Greetings and obscenities. Call him a fucking cunt while you're at it, just to see if that makes him react. We can probably just go walk through the door, right? Or do we need someone to open it for us? Nope.
はい、到着。ここがお目当てのエルプスだよ。
That's the voice we know.
おや、あなたは直接いらっしゃるのは珍しいですね。何かご用事ですか？うん、ちょっとね。しばらく滞在させてもらうけど、問題ないかな。ええ、もちろん。通例通り。
Oh, so here that was them.
仮面は外していただきたいです。
Fandanio. It was Fandanio at the time when we were in Zodiac, was it? Or when you're seeing the inside of Zodiac? Nope.
まあ君の場合はね。
Or was
だけど
it?
規則には従ってあげないと彼らが困っちゃうよ。
He had the same eyes and general face. That's very funny. So no, that was probably right then, because I don't remember the one we saw in Zodiac being so purple. Was that Vanilla or was that Amon? There's no way. I misunderstood or missed who that Asian robed fucker in the thing was. He was looking at us. When all the Asians that made up Zodiac were pleading for thing to not control us. To not control Zodiac, rather. I need to review that.
ねえ君、それ見えてるでしょ。
見えてない。私には何も見えてない。
They can see us? Why can they see us?
そんなわけないでしょ。ほら、薄くてちょっとわかりにくいけど、魂の色があるとすごくよく。
Hi, hello.
もしかして彼女が作ったものかな。使い魔だとしたら魂持ちなんて珍しいね。
るか。あいつ関連なら厄介だ。
If it's her spitting image.
さらに厄介だ。結論、関わらないに限る。さあ、行くぞ。
何か訴えようとしてるみたいだけど、これじゃあ会話もままならないね。君、少し存在を補強してあげなよ。どうせ魔力余ってるでしょ。
お前、人を何だと思ってるんだ。
もちろん善良なる親友だとも。こうして遠路はるばる付き合ってるんだから、頼みの一つくらい聞いてくれるに違いない。
Why does Fandango want us to have, like, be so friendly with us?
おい、目を閉じていろ。さもないと酔うぞ。もう目を開けてもいいぞ。
Have we been sized up? We've been sized up. Or have we? The fuck we have. We're not that much smaller than them.
おや、大きさまで調整してあげた。
I guess, no, yeah, we've been skilled up, so...
元のままだと話しにくいだろう。もののついでだ。
君ってば気が利くね。補強の方も綺麗にできてる。言うことなしだ。ということで、はじめまして。
Oh, that's Hyflodeus. Well, that's not Fandango.
管理局の局長さ。
I haven't heard Hyflodeus actually speak in regular voice, and the cheeriness of the voice had me wonder. Because it sounded similar to what Fandango was doing in Asahi's body.
君の名前は？言葉わかるかな？
My new friend. Ha.
いいね。会話ができるなんて優秀だ。それで君はどこから来たの？あれだけ不安定だったんだ。ここで想像されたものが。
We should be very careful with what we say here. This is why Hyflodeus was as fond of us as he was.
わからない。あるいは答えられないのかな。え？君はどうしてここへ？驚いた。私たちと同じだなんて。ねえ、やっぱりアゼブの使い魔なんじゃない？
もしそうだったら自力で乗り込んでくるだろう。あいつの場合。
Very knowledgeable about them.
おっしゃる通りで。失礼したね。私たちは魂の色が見えるんだけど、君のそれが友人の色によく似ていてさ。
So that does not seem to be an ability intrinsic to all of them? Because no one else seemed to notice this.
目的まで一緒だったものだから早合点してしまったんだ。私たちはここの所長であるヘルメスと話をしに来た。加えて、彼の働きぶりを知るためエルピスを見学したいんだ。厳密にはそれはエメトセルクの目的で、私はただの案内役なんだけど。ということで、よかったら君も一緒に来ないかい？
Extremely forthcoming and apologetic. Oh, Hyflo. thing we know next to nothing about?
いいじゃない。怪しいと思うなら余計にそばに置いて見ておかないと。それに不思議な生き物を連れているなんてここじゃむしろ当たり前さ。
You know, that probably was Hitler Days who was behind this when that happened, huh?
よ
I
う
need
こ
to
そ
see what they say
創造
again.
生物たちの実験場、空の果てのエルプスへ。
World Unsundered. That looks more like what we're familiar with. Oh, hello.
この気配。ヘルメス、地上から誰か来たみたい。
Bird wings? Bird tail. Curious.
さて、どんな事実が待っているやらだ。
Any theory of creation magic lies to bring. Oh. You think he wasn't an eye bottomless font of magic? Academia Niter. Some fucked shit out here. Look at these things. Ultra Snake Man. Someone's having a time. Alright. Ah, butterflies. We shouldn't be surprised about the meatiness of maritime butterflies. I did that. Yeah, just checking. They made the robes out of big butterflies? Always make more. This guy's uneducated. Zen was as much of a mad freak as we are. You. Oh, look at that. We got our own Asian robe. Fuck yeah. Yeah, it didn't occur to me that they would have, like, anything on underneath the robe. Or shoes, for that matter. I suppose I figured shoes, but I didn't think they would have, like, anything more elaborate than maybe pants under there. Well, only one thing for it. If only you'd given her the gloves. You. I might have just spoiled that for people who are doing that. The people around, or the one to my right at least. Oh, Amber. You're just in time to see us back in time. Got fucking fancy digs for familiar mass. This is the full, yeah, we've gone back in time to when the world was not sundered. Having it down there looking about for a Hermes. This is the research facility Elpis, where they apparently test creatures before they, like, that people have made before they release them into the world. It's quite nice. And of course, because we're here, we have to get in uniform. Unicorns. You could find, like, a unicorn was central to a series of fates and following one of the multi-storylines in Bosnia, actually. It's nice to see one of them finally show up, unless they showed up somewhere before and I just don't remember. Decided to stay in bed. How you feel today? Good, good. Short, darker. Right now, so they normally would keep the mask and coils up, but because we're in a beast land. Yeah, in the world of Amarot, wherever, where we have shit like dedicated halls for debate and worship logic and philosophy and everything. Individuality is unseemly, and everyone must wear their robes properly. Do not self-express, you cretin. We fight and kill some of these creatures at different points. This one was a dungeon boss, but much bigger. And that one killed like 50,000 of those in Bosnia. It's like what I do when I go to zoos, I just like note all the creatures I've eaten. Ori. Ah. So you gave them these shits that name. And you explicitly made them to hunt for ores, you asshole. What is your deal, bird girl? Hermes. Yeah, God knows. For whatever reason, they've decided to make little suit bunnies hunt for ores. It's like, why? And it's like, you know. You had a little bird girl.
もしかして私たちだからその仲良く待ってねこんにちはこんにちは聞こえますか
It's really bad, but it's also spent an immense time creating lots of different individual creatures to fill the world with.
あなたの音を聞き
Yeah.
思いを感じ考えを知りたい
One wonders how this society ever collapsed.
どうか仲良くしてくれませんか仲良くしませんか
What is your deal? Because this is a lot of animation and work and all put in to make her like, cute and friendly.
なんだねヒトロダイウスか会うのは久しぶりだ
That's the thing. They recognize that there is individuality. They know that. But the whole idea is that you're not allowed to express it in public or some shit. And no, that doesn't really make any sense when you consider that, yeah, a whole chunk of their society is dedicated to using creation magic to create creatures, things, tools, processes, things people want and need and would love to see. Like, this entire facility's whole thing is for observing the nature of creatures someone has made and then, making sure they're safe just to release into the world. It's like everyone can do different design processes. There are whole halls dedicated to like debate and logic and all that. But if you express your individuality visibly, you are a pariah, a heretic, and must be scolded and brought back in line.
そうだね
A Mauritine society didn't make a lot of sense.
今日は君に会いたいって人たちを連れてきたんだ
あ
14人委員会の
エメトセルクだ。お前が所長のヘルメスで間違いないな。
Oh, is it out today? I have to go grab that. It doing okay on Steam is good. I'm hoping, like, because it was fairly popular when they re-released it in Japan on like Switch, and I think also no, I don't think they released on PC there, but they released it on Switch there, and it did pretty well for itself. You know, got picked up by VTubers and streamers and shit. Did the rounds a bit, enough for them to announce like a world tournament thing. 30th of top sellers. That's pretty decent, all things considered. It's a Switch release as well to consider, and hopefully of all of it, you know, it probably wouldn't be anything big, but there might be enough for them to justify trying again. You know, like giving it a new shot. That might be expecting too much. Who knows? It'd be nice though.
失礼しちゃうな。私はいつだって善良な友人だというのに。それからこちらがさっきプロピュライオンで拾った。
To more agreeable company. Fucking side glance.
で、なんだか懐かれてるね。そっちの青い子はヘルメスの使い魔かい？彼女はメーティオンという
メティオン。
流星を意味する名だ。へえ、随分と構成するエーテルが薄いんだね。これだとあまりに脆い気がするけれど、創造物管理局にも届け出てないでしょう。イデアを見た覚えがないや。
I would remember your conceptual design blueprint for a little bluebird girl.
彼女は自分の個人的な研究のために創造した。けれどまだ成果を得ていない段階だ。だから申請できていないが、いずれは伺うつもりでいる。その時はよろしく頼む。了解。確かに君はここの所長であると同時に
Authority on flying life forms.
創造の第一人者だからね。申請。
Like, I mean, I guess she has like wings on her head, but I do not think she'll fly.
それも結構なことだが、こちらも仕事の話がある。私が来た時点で、おおむね察しているだろうがな。
Comes out in like 4 days. What one was Pocket Dungeon? Again.
承知した。ひとまず奥の館で待っていてくれ。
Was that the one where like you move about a grid? Like hitting stuff to clear rooms? That's very vague, I realize, but I think that's the one, or am I thinking of something else that Shovel Knight was in? Or a different Shovel Knight game?
自分も観察対象たちを造物院に返したら。
Block Dropper Puzzle and Tile this movie. That's probably the one I'm thinking of then, yeah.
ヘルメス、どうした？
Yeah, that's the one.
アンビストマが一匹足りない。
It probably jumped out and wandered off.
その子たちと同じエーテルなら、あっちの方向、敷地の外にいるみたいだね。
Fucking made some distance too.
木の上だ。
木に登ったのか、あの手足で。
ミトロインが空を泳ぐ魚を作ってから水生生物に浮遊能力をつけるのが流行っている。
Ever since they made flying fish, like sky fish, we started making like water creatures be able to fly.
頑張れば
木くらい登れる。
It does, yes. Although, to be fair, I guess like the robing thing is technically a fashion. That's the thing; they don't really have gods, do the Amorots? I guess their religion would be, I guess their religion would be, you know, like the glory of logic and philosophy, I guess, and creation. I suppose not. No, this requires something to believe in, really.
すまないけれど、ヘルメスを追って手伝ってあげてくれるかい？残りのアンビストマは私とエメトセルクで見ているよ。
I remember what I was going to do before I was distracted. Well, first I'm going to, like, you know, grab this, but also I was going to check. Yeah, there's still room. I was a bit tired because I bought some of the moon gear for glamoring later, but there's still plenty of room. Okay, so we kind of tuned to this one because it's an actual aetheryte, I suppose. That or we're not like real people. Given this is a whole area of aetherytes and creatures and everything, I would guess multiple aetherytes. There's a fit. Yeah, okay, that'll do it. We can aetherite back into the past then. Don't you fuck with me. How the fuck with me? Level 80 gear is beginning to get a bit touchy. Stuff isn't dying as fast as it used to. You alright, bro? I think he's got it. Yeah, it does actually fit the scythe, really. You need a hand? I'd probably keep wearing the robe if it wasn't for having to run around areas where people who aren't as far up in the plot would see it. Because then they'd go like, they have an Ascian robe, that means they, at some point we get Ascian gear or some shit, and it's kind of... Ugh. So we'll have to sit on it a little bit. A new creation. It's fine, those two are watching it. Do you have like a tub to put these little things into? Like anything to keep them from just drifting away? A kennel, maybe? back up we go. I have to actually hang around during fates or stuff. Not only because it'll be good for leveling the other classes when I'm leveling with 90. Like Monster Rancher 2. Wasn't there a thing? I'm pretty sure that the Koei Tecmo announced they're going to try and do like a global tourney for Monster Rancher, wasn't it? Using the new port? Yeah. Right now it's all just local creature pieces. But if you, as you do more of them, increase rep, like they unlock more shit, and I'm curious to see what the local shit is for here. Yeah, like, oh wait, so they don't know player control. It's literally all just AI. That's interesting. I was gonna say because like there were some moves surely you could just stun lock stuff with, if I remember right. So I guess, you know, that's a good way of keeping it. So it's literally just, did you give them the right stats and move spread to survive? Pick your moves so your monster doesn't do stupid shit. That's good though, because that puts the metagame, so to speak, around the actual raising of the monster rather than just like a combat tactic. Or combat style even.
やましい話じゃないが、人の今後を左右する大事な話だ。どこから来たのかも言えないような奴に聞かせられるものか。なんだ、食ってかかる気か？
Didn't work for you in the future, buddy.
それはヘルメスとだろ。私の要件が終わった後にいくらでも話すがいいさ。
自分は彼女に同席してもらっても構わない。
There's a bunch of meta games, but you figured all max stats tourneys are boring as fuck, yeah. That's good shit. I'd imagine they probably also control, at least to some degree, like monster species, otherwise it's just gonna all be like fucking robots and giant mammoths and shit, and whatever else was like top tier in 2. I mostly remember like the robot from 1 because I love that thing. Mythic is usually banned, yeah. Doesn't surprise me.
自分にとってどんな言葉で論じられるよりも信用に値する。それに第三者がいてくれた方が冷静で。
The Metal or even.
わかった。お前の意見を尊重しよう。静かに聞いているんだぞ。
I will, don't worry. Oh. Original emet-selch does indeed look quite a bit like Xehanort. He's not as tan, but he does look very Xehanorty. I will say this though, to be fair, in general, there is a lot of Kingdom Hearts in a good amount of the plot elements of Endwalker specifically. That's kind of true in general, I suppose. Like Square Enix's core stuff, at least Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts and stuff adjacent to them, like less on the, I guess let's say Dragon Quest side, are kind of all like to talk around or get into the same themes and ideas. They don't use them exactly the same way and they don't explore them the same way, but they go into similar areas. So him looking the part is just kind of nice because it just kind of fills in the link, the link between them. Gives that little bit of shared themes of interest among the directors together.
14人委員会としてもお前の実績と深い知識を買ってその提案を受ける方向で動いている。あえて面識がない私がここに来たのは公正な目で確認するため。
I will say it is terribly funny that, given how he looks now, that in the future emet-selch would take on a body that looks a lot like, his actual, his original appearance. And I kind of wonder if it just ended up looking that way because he possessed the guy, or if he explicitly possessed the guy to make him look that way. If it was all just happy coincidence or not. The eyes would probably be like a thing, but the rest of it's just funny. This lad here, Hermes, it was the prancing, dancing fucker Fendaniel, who we met at the end of Shadowbringers patches, and who was our main villain at the start of Endwalker, until we dealt with him. Fendaniel being the name of the position on the Grand Council. The previous Fandaniel seems to have been a bit of a cheeky git though. Handed his chief overseer job to the guy he liked the most, and now he's handing his council seat over to the guy he likes the most, after that guy was chief overseer as well. Just keeps handing him positions. It's just nepotism. The perfect society of Amarant was just rife with nepotism, and you know what? That doesn't really surprise me, actually. Picking very individual. It is, yes. It's a very weird thing. They're perfectly fine with individuality in everything except appearance. Because if you look in any way like too fancy, and this is noting that the masks of the people in the council are more elaborate and individualistic than everyone else's masks, then it just kind of there's fucking something going on. There was something that happened to these people that made them this kind of weird, and I don't know if we'll ever find out what. And that's the interesting part. Because as far as we knew, the Amarantine, especially by emet-selch's own claims, were immortal. They didn't have like lifespans. They could just live forever. Which means Fandaniel has just chosen to die. We are getting a very Final Fantasy IX right now, and I can't really elaborate without, spoilers, but... Do we talk about death a lot in Elpis? Are you teaching her about death? Are you telling the child about dying? God damn you, Hermes. He says in our finite time, but emet-selch did suggest that they were undying.
そのために知り、考え、作り出してきた。おかげで原初の頃は荒々しかったという星は
The Amarots were very big on like city builder and like industry sim games. Really.
星に帰るというのは、そうして星を育んだ者にこそ与えられる選択肢だ。大いに生き、己のやるべきことを果たしたと思ったときに、人々はそれ
Okay,
を
so it is a choice.
最後の瞬間はいつだって、それは美しいものさ。
14人委員会に加わった者とて、その流れからは逸脱しない。ここで存分に役目を果たせたら、まさしく帰るにふさわしいと。
The reverence of death by the Amarots, besides being very philosophically interesting, is putting together some more pieces. So like I'd mentioned this, I put in like our group Discord for the 14 stuff, a big list of predictions, and this wasn't the full one, but it was part of one by pointing out that so like all of the convocation of 14, with the exception of like Azem, who's us, and I think Elidibus, are all use the names of the Scions of Light from Final Fantasy XII, who were never depicted. They were just named in lore. They weren't characters, and they were all counterparts to the Scions of Darkness, who in 12 are your summons. They are the espers you fight, and when you beat them, you can then summon them. And I made this whole big point that like all of them except for like 4 have been accounted for in 14 at this point. And of those, like 2 of them are very easily discounted because they aren't actually just designed after OG Final Fantasy bosses. So like one of them is Chaos, the other is X-Death, Final Fantasy V, and actually both of those we fought in the Omega Stormblood raids. So that's them accounted for. There are 2 unaccounted for. One of them is also a Final Fantasy past boss. The lighting is like, every time he moves, like the lighting shaders on him like wiggle a bit, and it's making me concerned there's something wrong with my TV, but I'm realizing that it's just the way he's moving against the light in the room. That PS3 engine is having issues. it's struggling. Yeah, so okay, so it was the custom for the council to just perish, to just choose to die when their job is done. Okay. But what is it? Yeah, so the one who's missing is Zeromus, the final boss of Final Fantasy IV. The expansion Endwalker has just modeled itself after so very deliberately, featuring the guy, the trailer guy was Dark Knight in Shadowbringers. He flips around to Paladin for this, just like a plot point in 4. The first 2 dungeons are named for dungeons in 4. There's 4 bosses all over the place. All that sort of shit. Whoops. So yeah, I'm convinced that the core evil of all of this is going to be Zeromus in some form. Just because Zeromus also was an entity of pure hatred, despair, malice, evil, just generally wanted all reality to like break down and die. Because he's the literal incarnation of the unyielding contempt of a moon man, a Lunarian. So the other one who's missing is Zalera, the Death Seraph. Yeah, Moon Man, yeah. He was a Moon Man. Very angry, hateful Moon Man, and his hatred became the Great Sin. Oop. But the one who's missing is Zalera, the Death Seraph. Because it was the one when you summoned it, it would just use death spells, so it would cast death. Its main form of attack was literally a move called Kill. Just kill. It just cast kill and kill shit. Just go around and sling death spells and dark elemental hits on people. And Zalera's counterpart on the Scions of Light was Emet-selch, And it's not come up yet, but given that one of the core theme of Endwalker here is contending and examining death, and we haven't seen emet-selch's counterpart anywhere, not even in side content or anything. Just things are coming together a wee bit, just.
もちろんそれはよくわかっている。自分はただ
This is a long way to say that I know deep, the Final Fantasy deep cuts, and I'm hoping they actually lean on the deep cuts to make me scream very loudly. That's right, I don't know if you were... I think you were here for a wee bit, Hammer, because we've already been to the moon. The big advertised thing, that was also a Final Fantasy 4 thing. Well, we went up there to kill Zodiac. You know, like the guy all the Ascians were trying to resurrect, like the God of Darkness opposed to Heidelin, the God of Light. Yeah, we just went up there, he's dead. They got him out. Fandaniel took over his core. Yeah, I don't think you were here for that. You might have already gone back to sleep, because that wasn't yesterday, that was the one before, so you might not actually have been here at all, actually. But yeah, we've been to the moon, we killed the God of Darkness, and it turns out when you kill the God of Darkness, who was explicitly summoned to stop the apocalypse, the apocalypse starts happening again. So, go us. Good job. Fantastic work, everyone. And then we had to deal with moon rabbits. And the moon rabbits revealed that the extremely strange, scholarly people who are being very reclusive and weird, when they're being reclusive, were being reclusive and weird because they were communicating with the moon rabbits. Because the entire plan, Heidelin, the God of Light's entire plan was, if Zodiac ever dies and the apocalypse happens again, the moon rabbits have turned the moon into a giant spaceship, so we're just going to evacuate everyone to the moon and go away. And so we're now on a rush to find a way to either kill the apocalypse or just, leave the planet on the moon ship. But that is our grand rush. Can we stop the apocalypse before it works? And if we can't, then we just have to give up, let the planet die, and go somewhere else on our moon ship full of moon rabbits. Yeah, we have a backup plan, which is really nice. It's not just face the apocalypse and perish. If we fuck up, we do have an escape clause. Not a good one, but, well, a good one per se, because it is essential as the, well, you fucked it, but it is one. Hello, everyone. If it wasn't for spoilers, you could just screenshot this. He made Mithion to just react to emotions. Let's go, small bird child. I wonder if the bird people eventually become the dragon people. Like, in reverse. Good to know. That's funny. I wonder if you're not a cat. They probably say something similar, like you've got horns if you're an aura dragon person. I wonder what they say if you're anyone else. shit. Her power is like mass empathy, which is curious. If you say so. Oh, Meteon can just read minds. Okay. We've seen this bird before, and not just because it's an actual bird. It's a shoebill. Maybe there's nothing to read. Point is, that shoebill is like, that shoebill, every time it's around, it's like, essentially just indicating that emet-selch is watching you. Because it shows up at parts in Shadowbringers just to watch you. That's a hell of a way to describe, like, mind speech. I am projecting emotions to you, and you're converting them into words and intent. That's a deep irony. It's a more complex, prismatic. Yeah, I suppose, really. Maybe like the Homeworlds didn't consider themselves animals, so calling, in the way that we would consider ourselves like a form of animal, they didn't, because they think they're better than that. So they'd probably be deeply offended by that. They would find your expression of individuality. Let's just say playing. I probably don't want to introduce the girl to the concept of violence with my giant scythe. Maybe. It judges you for existing near it. Yeah, we call them Spriggans, but they call them Orions. Orii, whatever. Orias. Yeah, that's what happens when you make them love shiny rocks. They run away with your important shiny rocks. Top me off, my friend. What junk do you sell? Ooh. What does that look like? Kind of plain, but it would be fitting with the robes, actually. Actually, I can just display the robes. Sorta, yeah. Look at that. Good color on that one. That looks alright. Yeah, the Mauritanian guns didn't fuck about, huh? It had all the styles that we have. Hello. I'm here for education. You didn't let the bird girl eat? I mean, I guess you may not need to, but nonetheless, Hermes, fuck me. Fucking emeralds, man. The bit that gets me is that this area is fucking huge, and there's more out there. There's more like shit out there. The 12 wonders. 12 wonders? Hmm. Hmm. What's your favorite food? You know, don't mind the big scythe on my back. Pardon? Tis. Look, I will use the motorcycle and ramp what I like. As definitely a familiar, I can express, and I can't. I am breaking a maritime law. But what are they going to do? Time crime me? As long as we don't tell him that we killed some of his butterflies to make my clothes, no one will notice. You have odd ideas about souls, my dude. Got arcane entities to contend with. Lightning Numa. So these, yeah, arcane entities are just sprites and shit. Okay, so the beacon is not going lightning, eh? So the lightning elementals are coming to do shit. Feed the Numa. Okay. Like on them? Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're just creating ball lightning. As we do. And the lightning creatures will eat the ball lightning. You don't exactly know what you've created. So there's a Gobu. Current free aspect, an endless rows of fangs. Yeah. Emet-selch has critiques for the Final Fantasy XIV monster designers' works. Ampelos.
最近観察を始めたばかりの創造生物だ。少しいいか、経過を聞かせてもらいたい。
How's our giant fuck beast doing? Well, he likes to gnash its teeth. Well. There we go. I don't know what fuck is. Yeah, no. This is a whole society of people who have never fucked. Who have never fucked.
それエルピスの花。
The flowers are named for the place.
エーテルケイヤ。
Entelikeys. Okay, so these, unlike everything else which was created and then brought here, these were actually created here.
美しい花を作ることを愛している職員がいた。 白いのは何と言っても周囲の心を映してまとう色を変えるところだ。とはいえここでも地上でも陰りなき純白をまとっていることが大半だが。
Purest white? Why is that?
人の心を映す
What is wrong with the Amaroteens that these things just stay a plain white?
世界にはエーテルとはまた異なる思いが動かす力というものがある。自分たちがエーテルを自在に操るように、この花はその力を受けたり。
So even the ancients didn't have full control of that. Oh, looking at them, that's not really a surprise.
とはいえ、花自身には明確な意志がない。だから周囲の感情によって動いた力を受け、それを色や輝きといった現象に変換しているんだ。
アーカー社はラザハン式の錬金術に存在する概念で、目には見えない力の一つよ。思い
We know for sure that that's a thing now, yeah.
アーカー社、その呼び名には心当たりがないが、話を聞くに同じものを指しているように思う。自分たちはその力を
Dynamis, say? That's interesting. You're right. A flashback in the past means it's a flash forward. Fuck, that's an odd thing to think about. I went back to the past and then had a flashback to a time that hasn't happened yet. Dynamis is interesting because there is an item you can get in Bosnia, which like gives you a random effect called the Dynamis dice. Like you roll it and it will just, you use it and you just get a random effect from a table of them.
そしてエルピスの花のようにデュナミスを操ることができる存在。思いを自在に現象へと変えられる存在をエンテレケイヤと呼ぶ。
Intellekeys.
私もエンテレケイヤ。
You mean a walking talking one?
その子は世界で最初の意志を持つエンテレケイヤなんだ。
待て待て。エーテルとは異なる力。
Emotions? Feelings? Are you being fucking stupid? No, actually. It may be that she is doomed to die in the coming apocalypse that wipes out Amarot. Or rather, you know, like, destroys a lot of... The planet was called Aetheris. It destroys a lot of Aetheris, including the Society of Amarot. And then they sacrifice like half of their population to make Zodiac, and then the world starts irrevocably changing because of Zodiac, and then Heidelin is made, and Heidelin, you know, A, seals Zodiac, and B, splits all creation into 14 shards, so everything gets fucked up. I'm going to assume Meteon is like long perished. Yeah. We are like unfathomably like far back into the past. Like millennia back. Take her with you. Maybe.
何につけてもエーテルを活用する生物はデュナミスを使う必要がない。まさにあってない存在だ。
But even they didn't really know what Akasha or Dynamis was.
なるほどな。しかし、だとしたらどうしてお前はエンテレケイヤをメーティオンを生み出した？
ーテリスはエーテルが特別に濃い星だ。それこそ名の由来になるほどに。だが宇宙全体で見れば計算上全ての質量とエネルギーの 68.3% をデュナミスが占めると考えられている。エーテルとは
It's a curiously specific number to get to.
それを自在に操れるとしたら、ゆるく流れる水では石を浮かですとも、滝のように勢いをつければ岩をも削っていくように。
So the trick of the apocalypse, the final days, is that when it's in effect, ether starts to stagnate and break down in certain areas, and in those areas where it's like beginning to like face stagnancy, it's not even like just once it's begun doing that anywhere, people who are overflowing with like grand despair, like agony, anguish, like depression, fear, like all like peak negative emotion, basically they start radiating with like negatively charged dynamis and then explode into a giant hell beast that is just the manifestation of all their unfathomable levels of terror and horror. And that's what the final days was. It was basically once that began happening, the most anguished, pained, depressed, sorrowful, terrified people of society again turning into hell beasts. And that creates like waves of panic, which then create more hell beasts, and those go around rampaging. Whereas like the other part of it is that the soul, like all the aether and the soul that makes up who the person was, all that just rots away and vanishes entirely as the dynamis takes over. Maybe fuck with some other star first. Yeah, it would be interesting. And I think we're beginning to see here that maybe part of the reason why this all happened was fuckboy here was trying to use emotion powers and ended up fucking something up. Not that I have such grand ambitions, he says. I think we're going to find out that him fucking was something. Oh god. Oh no, he's going to have like created Meteon, and Meteon is somehow going to make like the fucking final day start or some shit through manipulating Dynamis. Birdgirl is going to be the start of the apocalypse. They know that Aether is relatively scarce beyond this star though, huh? That makes Omega very curious indeed, considering Omega can just freely manipulate Aether as well. Omega is basically turned out to be like a super war machine on the level of the Amaranths in terms of creation magic as well. Which begs the question of who's out there, how did they make Omega, what are they doing, where are they now? They went to war with a planet full of dragons and that made Midgardsormr flee here. And Midgardsormr is one of the most impossibly strong beings on the planet, so, deeply concerned about space. Space is haunted. Space is cursed. Something's out there, it's evil. The next expansion is just going to be XCOM. Okay. So sundered people whose souls are just like a fracture, like some fraction of an Amarantine soul, because after the sundering the Hydaelyn caused. It does mean potentially playable aliens, yes. Potentially. So that means the reason why the Amaranths didn't... When the final days happened to the Amaranths, they didn't burst into Hell Beasts, but Hell Beasts began to materialize out of the air. But the people in our final days are literally bursting into the Hell Beasts. So it's literally that people in our existence don't have enough Aether to maintain their separate forms, and thus their emotions make the Dynamis overflow and explode into a Hell Beast, wiping them out. These are the mechanics of the Hell Apocalypse. I mean, I could give one of these answers. I'm going to, however. Sas emet-selch.
やってもらった身で言うじゃないか。今すぐに戻してやってもいいんだぞ。
エーテルが薄ければエンテレケアになるというわけじゃない。だからユナミスに干渉しやすくなるのは確かだろう。
We, the Sundered, could make use of Dynamis if we could only figure out how.
勝利や逆転につながるかもしれない。君の特性として。
This also essentially is the explanation for Limit Break and why we keep managing to kill things we have by no rights or should be able to fight and kill on paper. We've got emotion power.
Oh, 待たせたままになっていた。まだいくつか確認したいことがあるから済ませてくれ。
It's funny to me that it yawns. I say as I begin to yawn. So I think literally the Amaroths have literally too much magic power to be empathic and really have like fully depthful emotions. You are too rich of magic and thus you cannot manipulate the power of emotions. It would certainly explain fuckboy here. No one told me about this entirely different form of energy. Why did you join the convocation? Not another word. My misspent youth. What the fuck did you do that made you end up on the Grand Council as one of the most important positions, and you're embarrassed about it? Well, yeah, what do you do then? Yeah, this we all know. To be an authority in a field or possess certain skills. Terrestrial life and huts, so animal people, plant people, medicine person. Yep. My mum brought me a drink. Bless. Yes, Lahabrea, that prick, was apparently really good at creation and making phantoms. Ultima, artist. Eorium, champion of rhetoric. Ashtaroth, preserver of discipline and order. Yep, there it is. Keeper of the ethereal realm, or underworld in the vernacular. Fucking stands opposed to Celera. That's absolutely gonna come up. That was in Travel of the World and Council of the People. That was us. That's still lost, really. I'll tell you later. The Charybdis. The Charybdis, whatever, is the name of fucking Behemoth's tornadoes, so that makes me a bit nervous. Is it the bird? It's probably not the bird. Oh no, it's sky snakes. Sanawas, as we know them. The members of the council are here to judge me. Why is this one blue and shiny? They're not meant to look like that? I guess not. A serpentine bird or a winged snake? They're all kind of shiny in our ones. Is it the big blue one? It can hover, but it can't fly. She'll transform and fly with it. Yeah, we have transformation magics. Transforming around others is vainglorious in the extreme. As uncouth and unseemly. As uncouth and unseemly as running around robless. Can we turn into a cube? Not yet, but maybe they can. Although apparently transforming in front of others is like getting naked. Yeah. Get off your ass, emet-selch. Move the giant snake. I know, right? No wonder this guy's grand prick. A little faith in Ronald. Alright, what's the plan, Heflo? We make him do it. Yeah. Just strip naked and then start using transformation magic. Just It's called psychological warfare. You'll offend him so much that he won't be able to fight properly. He has all the magical capability of doing all this shit without transforming, and he just doesn't want to do it because he's a big giant prude. If you just keep nagging him, he'll do it eventually. I have a favor to ask. Oh boy. Some weird shit in these gardens. Hey, buddy. What was it? Just, I have a favor to ask. I have a favor with the spell with the American way, I assume. Do we? I think we do. I have a favor to ask. Please, emet-selch. Yeah. Not that he was a weary bitch back then, even now, is very funny. Please, emet-selch, get off your ass and do a bit of work. Instead of just sitting here with your endless magic being nah.
いや、だから私に言われてもだな。
君ならばそのカリブディスが飛ぶのを助けてくれる。偉大なるエメトセルクよ、どうか頼む。その子に飛び方を教えてやってくれ。
じゃないとヘルメス、今からここで大胆に変身する。
Enemies will get naked right now if you don't do the thing. Right now.
こうなったら手を貸してあげた方が早いと思うな。
何がおやおやだ。仕組んだのはお前だろ。
そんな人聞きの悪い。私はただそういう素晴らし
Oh,
い
yeah, I
選
just
択肢もある。
suggested. But just suggested we threaten you of him getting naked.
お願い、エメトセルク。
私は手伝いのために来たんじゃない。それだけはよくよく覚えておけよ。
Oh, damn, nice. Make out like it's nothing.
地上からカリブディスを飛ばすのはお前がやれ。私が力を貸すのは空中での補助だけだ。
それじゃあ私たちはこの辺りから見物していようか。さっきの質問だけど、ほら、
Oh, you actually are
エ
gonna
メ
tell
ト
us
セル
it.
君がなぜ14人委員会に入ったのかって話。実は最初に14人委員会への誘いを受けたのは彼じゃなく私だったんだ。エーテルを見る目を買われてね。
Think about how differently all this would have played out if you were picked instead of him.
でも私は断った。確かに見ることにかけては人並み以上
It
に
was literally just who could see Aether.
エーテルを操作する方はどちらかというと下手な部類なのさ。実際転身もできないしね。見て知ることができても結果に対応する術がなくちゃ仕方ないだろう。
You can convince others to do it.
その点エメとセルクは完璧だ。エーテルが見えるだけじゃなく、それを自在に引き寄せて強大な魔法を使うことができる。あれほど偉大な魔導士を私は他に知らないよ。だから私は彼を推したんだけど、彼を推薦する声は
It's fun to get a bit of backstory on him.
それも何でも以前彼に手を貸してもらった人たちが彼の実力は確かなものだって声を上げたらしい。当人は驚いたんじゃないかな。彼としては人助けをしてたつもりなんてこれっぽっちもなかったようだからね。私とエメトセルクにはもう一人仲のいい友人がいるんだ。
We're not for a mutual friend.
それがまあなんというか面白い人でね。やらなくてもいいことにいちいち首を突っ込んであわや大惨事みたいなことが常で、エメとセルクは呆れてばかりだけど、まあ心配もしているわけさ。
Not all of it, but much
呼
of
ばれ
it.
ればついていくし、必要だと判断すれば助っ人に駆けつける。結果として周りからはエメとセルク自身が人助けをしているように思われたってわけだ。本当にとびきり愉
The
快な
other
友
one
人たち
being
さ。
Azem, who again is us.
彼らの望みが叶うようにすること、それが私にできる
Fun that.
最良の星への貢献だ。エメとセルクは14人委員会の座は名数に等しいと言うけれど、だったら私の名数は友人たちのそれに等しいのだろうと思うよ。
Morbid when you say, when you've fulfilled your purposes, we shall all die together.
いけないね。つい語っちゃった。
You know where Hiflo ended up is the tragic part. Hiflo was one of the ones who ended up sacrificed to Zodiark, to his spawn Zodiark in the beginning. As their soul was there when we found Zodiark on the moon, and all of the souls used to make him were wandering around, just complaining at the world and resenting the fact that they've been sealed on the moon for God knows how long.
やっぱりその色、君の中にある色のせいかな。これほど似ているのに違うものだなんて。
It's cause I think literally half of Azem's soul at this point. But in like, you know, the extreme future.
うん、あれならもう大丈夫。飛ぶ練習は終わりで良さそうだ。近くまで行ってエメトセルクに手を振ってあげなよ。終了の合図代わりにさ。
Someone else having to do that. I have a favor to ask. It's just wave. Kind of target him. Sure you did. Wouldn't that be better just to bio-edit the creatures so that they don't have any individuality? I'm not gonna fucking kill it and get rid of it. This is very ironic considering how he ended up. In fact, one might even say Hermes is kind of the exact opposite here as he ends up in the far, far future. She can literally read your feelings. If we don't go out to those other places now, that suggests we might end up coming back here for another reason. Although, to be fair, the guy who sent us here, Elidibus, did mention that he remembered us being here. And we haven't seen him yet. I'm tired. Leave me be. Grumpy old shit. Did you learn anything of value? Let's say one of these things. Dude, what are we looking for? We had to remember Elpis. We come back. We found out Dynamis. That doesn't really tell us much. We learn the nature of it. What else were we looking for, really? Yeah, we'll say Dynamis. Is it really? We'll be going up there after all, I think. The dude just loves his creations and doesn't want to see any of them undone. Hmm. So what is the Ikion, I wonder? Is it the fucked up wandering tree out there? That looks like an earthbound enemy. Look at that thing. Yggdrasil? Ja, Yggdrasil Treant? Oh fuck, where are you? Your big one eye and everything. The root of the problem. Har. Ah, griffins. Also known as grips. Death grips. Hello. Long blonde hair. Come along, tiny child. Biome. The spellcraft from Amaral to maintain and adjust the climates. First guys. That's a nifty dragon. Alright. And go in there. Deucalion. There's a blonde haired man, but it's probably not long, is it? No, that's long. you were. It's interesting to talk about upsetting the natural order when, by their own creation and by their own statements and everything, they create most of the shit and release it into the world to make it a better world. Is it really the natural order at that point? Kairos. Erase and alter memories. Pastor, I'd want to have words about this. Yeah, I would have. It's just some kind of higher mind or entity or whatever messing with things. It's not really the natural order or nature. God of nature being an oxymoron is a very fun idea to think about. Unless like the god of nature itself literally would not be an actual entity or anything, but the literal, the very notion of the natural order, that which compels us to do anything. I suppose at that point, you just get, it's just another name for the natural order. Like, Pretty much, yeah, because if it's an actual entity of its own, then it's not really the natural order, that's a thing actively doing that. It is preferable to execution. That's very interesting considering we've actually had that come up as a topic before on a past 14 stream for a certain villain. Making rational choices for the sake of a prosperous star. We unmake it. Very curious that this man who would go to any length to prevent any sort of death, even for manufactured creatures and entities, would, in the far future, be a death cultist. Sure, he was, that one in the future did imply he was heavily influenced by the Emperor he lived a life under at that point. Emperor Zan. Hermes is not very fond of his fellow Amaratine. No meetings for us. It would, yes. In that way, it's remarkably like nihilism, where it's like, oh, everything is meaningless and there's no point to anything. It's kind of like, well, then why do you give a shit? Like, what's the point of your very philosophy is self-defeating. Yeah, never do. None of that shit ever does. Let's go get a flower. Go have a nosy at some flowers. There's some fucking flowers. I'm a level 80 botanist. I know flowers. Well, what does Hermes want? There, behind the junkmonger. Is it really like an... I guess like beyond the gate is the outside, I suppose, but like I would argue it's just the same place. Eh. Okay, we're gonna find a flower here, I would hope. They headed them in just because they're poisonous or under observation and not just to make them look nice? Fucking the ancients, man. The Maritime are such pricks. Yeah, I know this one. That's not a regular flower. Like, it's got fucking teeth. We shouldn't touch. We're gonna touch it. You shot seeds at him when it wasn't looking. It'd be very funny to beat me in the back of the head the second I got off camera. Okay. People chasing each other in the short chat. Don't point at that. Don't point at. Don't go near it. We're going near it. Malodorous grass. Yeah, the grass isn't what I take issue with. Of course they called the Marlboro Adonis. Of course you called it that. Of course you looked at this fucking thing and said, oh, that's the sexy one. He didn't leave his rooms for days. Leave his room for days. It's probably not the good sort of memory. It's behind the Griffith, so I don't have to fight it. Don't turn around. There's plenty here. Not leaving your room is This is the sort of man who transforms in front of others. He's a pervert. No different than getting buck naked in front of your fellows. He likes and dislikes them. Everyone else always has them white and bright. The ones in Charlene were grey. And we deemed that was because of the anxiety and troubling and all that. Yeah, let's go with that one. No one notices. I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. So really, the fall of the Amarantine society is that they didn't invent therapy. Yeah. Fuck your poisonous plants. Yeah, didn't get therapy when they needed it, being the cause of so much villainy is just all over the place, really. I suppose it's kind of the root of a lot of things. A lot of people's problems are like people, unless they're like literally a I'm an evil demon thing, that most of the time is going to be they have problems, and if anyone just helped them deal with those problems, they wouldn't turn into villainy. But no, here we are. We make this hell for ourselves.
メイティオンを見ていてくれてありがとう。エメトセルクとヒトロダイエスには中には
Yeah, even some of the evil demon ones as well, really.
君にも部屋を用意させてもらう。案内しよう。
We have rooms here.
Elpisの花。
Let's think of harsher font. Purple, huh? Not dark exactly, not like black as we use it. Black as the horror that turned people into the hell beasts. Purple is the sorrow color, is it?
そうか。君はメイティオンの頼みを聞いてくれたのか。
Purple aligns with either the lightning element or dark element, depending on the color of the shade of purple.
よければ少し話をさせて
And the interesting thing is that, granted he was piloting a specific body of someone we know, but his eyes didn't influence that person's eyes the way emet-selch did. Let her just dance with the fireflies. Oh, a hedgehog.
自分は人に定められた生き方を星のために生きるということを悪いとは思っていない。
I know, right? Give him make that person like king of Amarot.
だがここで働いているとどうしようもないわけを恐れることがあ
I
る。
like the implication that if a hedgehog is here, that means it's still being tested for general release. They have not yet released hedgehogs upon the world, but they will in time.
ファダニエルの座についての話を受けたとき、ヒトロダイウスが言っていたことを覚えているか。死とはやり遂げた者が選ぶ選択であり、最後の瞬間はいつも美しいものだと。
He doubts.
だがそれはあくまで人の話だ。
It's the same thing with stuff like anger. It's always maligned because yes, you can do a lot of wrong with it, and a lot is done wrong with it. But no one ever really talks about what the good side of it and the way you can use it. In that same way, it's much like you know, darkness in these things. Which was part of what made Shadowbringers fucking magical. It was like, elemental darkness actually fucking owns. Fuck light. Light sucks. Light's all about the stasis and the status quo and things staying the same. And stagnation. Darkness owns. That's where all emotion and change comes from. Cat.
死を与えられることを察した生物たちは怯え憤る。その終わりは美しいものなんかじゃない。
It is essentially, he is someone who empathizes with the animals. He is an immortal who empathizes with the animals, and he empathizes with the fact that the animals will die. They are not immortal. But they who are immortal cherish this thing because they get to choose it. And those who don't, those who can't, fear it. In that way he would empathize more with the people of our day than the people of his own.
この世界はそう知らぬ顔で幸せそうに笑い続けるんだ。エルピスの花はいつだって無垢な白と明るい喜びの色に輝いている。
You making fucking keychains of the world is currently full messages. I do appreciate that players in queue 69 420. I might see if I can get that. L'étranger. Am I the weird one? A man put on trial for his difference. So pure white, I guess it makes sense because the flower turned pure black and actually just fucking collapsed into dust when we held it aloft during the final days. In the aftermath of like the first onslaught of the final days. So I guess yeah, pure white would be the complete and total bliss and happiness. Yeah, I suppose it is. Let's not boast about our suffering. Or a ball of fire that those worlds like roll around, either or. I guess that was the Marotines' problem, really, is that they lived for the world but not for themselves. With that whole, I guess that ties into the whole individuality, the visual individuality to like worry anything or do anything different from the expected norm is sinful and bad. Kind of comes in, huh? Yeah, some balance is needed. Like, especially today, we should really be living for the world, but it needs to be that balance of living for the self.
だからデュナミスで天を飛ぶ鳥メーティオンを作ったんだ。
Meteon and her sisters. There's more? Are we gonna find a planet full of bird girls out there?
メーティオンというのはここにいる一人だけじゃない。
We're gonna find a planet full of bird girls out there.
彼女には大勢の姉妹たちがいて、すでに宇宙へ飛び立っている。
He has sent bird girls out to planets.
生命を探して星から星へと飛んでいるんだ。宇宙の探索は予想外の出来事の連続で
Did any of them
思った
make
ような
it?
成果が上げられていない。
We're gonna risk our next expansion. It's time. It's time.
次こそは何かしらの結果が報告されそうなんだ。もし君がここに滞在している間に報告が届いたなら、この夜のお礼にきっと共有
Where
さ
did
せ
they
て
go? What did they find? What's out there? Are we gonna find out?
これ以上夜が
Or is that gonna be next expansion or whatever?
明日揃って寝ぼけた顔をしていてはエメとセルクたちに申し訳が立たない。メーティオン、そろそろ戻ろう。
What's the deal with that? Okay. And eventually reached the decision to kill all seven. We're gonna witness some euthanasia. Yay! Fucking mad mutants. See that? Yo, I see that. Is that a hunt creature? Yeah, that's a hunt creature. It's got the name that gives it the butterflies. Big land shark man, whose name is literally their name for butterfly. Fucked up. Okay, see, those are big dog things, huh? Why are you kneeling? What happened? who have taken to the air. They can fly? Why can they fly? So it was going to destroy the flying bird. Just drink in Doros' literal physical pain. Yeah, verdict and execution, killing a creature marked for death. I think really, like, thematically, Reaper is probably the best pick for these. Yeah, they just fucking fly. Don't get me, fucker. That was a bit unfortunate. You can fly, but sure as hell can't smell. To put all the dog smelling power into the flight capability. Why it needs to fly, God only knows. But it does. White bitch, huh? He didn't want you to bring the bird girl because of the trauma.
君たちのイデアは必ず残す。それがいつかまた形を得るだろう。星を良くしなくたっていいんだ。君の生きたいという願いが、その時こそどうか。恨んだまま許す必要はない。その証に。
A little bit sad, he didn't know Fandanio to be one full of self-loathing and hatred that... No, even here we can see it.
大地と空を駆け回ってくれ。
No wonder he wanted the entire world to burn if this is the society and world he lived in. And this next set of conscious memories were the Allergan Empire, which wasn't Well, not as advanced and as insane as this.
14人委員会
Weren't that far behind. A lot of the same principles going on.
お前には向いていない。
自分がここを離れたって誰かが選別を続ければ同じことだ。教えてくれ。星を良くするという名分は今消えた吐息よりも重いのか。
Oh, you must have fucking hated the Zodiac plan.
いつか星が最善に至った時にどうする。よくやったと満足して死に絶えるのか。わからないんだ。アダニエルの座をつけば今その座にいる彼が星に帰るのを肯定することになる。それが正しいことなのかわからない。こんなことで悩んでしまう自分が人の代表として立っていいのかわからないんだ。
ヘルメス、怒らないで。セネルはダメ。とても苦しい。
すまない。まだ選べる余地が残っているなら少し頭を冷やして考えさせてほしい。ヒュトロダイウス、すまないが案内は君に任せた。
了解。好きにさせてもらうから心配ないよ。
君もここに来た目的が果たせることを願ってる。
私たちはひとまず12節の園に戻ろうか。この後どうするかそこで相談しよう。
そうだな。
Emet-selch has never known such torment? Motherfuck. I guess the main quest line isn't enough to get you all the way here alone. I guess they expect you to do a bit of shit. You might as well like poke some side quests in the area, I guess. Yeah, this is a Gaily cat, which is a little cat creature with wings. I am kind of put out by the amount of quests that are like follow thing or tail thing. Like, I guess like they enjoyed having that as a mechanic thing, but at the same time it's kind of like they seem to be all over the place and not always for the better. I suppose what I could actually do is just run over that. Oh, someone getting their summoner on. raid them. Oop. No. Let's go back and speak to Hypotenuse. I'm glad I can do that. It doesn't like keep me off the edge. That would drive me nuts. It's a shame we can't give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too, but unfortunately that's against protocol. Yeah, thinking about it, if there's no path out to these ones, then you need to be able to fly to get up there, which implies you're locked out until the storyline wants you there. Where is it? Yeah, there's a zone after this, which we know, because it's basically, we're pretty solid on having 4 zones now. Okay, so they still have like the same regular levels of Aether currents. By the look of this. I just haven't seen them. Let's see. Let's just do that. We don't need to do leveling. What do normal raids give us? That's a bit surprising though, because for the most part, especially Around Reborn and all that, like Around Reborn was actually so tilted that you know, like I was beginning to get like halfway through the Heavensward level set by the time I was done with, like, not even like halfway through the patches. I was like halfway to level 60. So before Heavensward, we were expected to be level 50 even starts. And that was without doing much in the way of like side stuff and all that. Well, in the main class anyway. While I have been doing this like pretty flat out, like focusing on the story after doing Leveling Reaper to 80 and all that, I'm still just kind of surprised that the main story quest alone isn't enough to actually keep you on the path to 90. Only by a little bit too. It makes me wonder if it's not just like a simple miscalc or something somewhere. Or if they did expect you to do a bit more fighting or accounted for you doing side quests or something. So I had heard people say, and some say like it is good enough that they basically confirmed it, that if you do the side quests in Endwalker, the Endwalker side quests are like good enough to keep like a second class leveled if you wanted it to. Which means I have to decide who gets all that tasty side quest EXP, but you know, that's for later. You'll probably be a tank. You'll probably be Gunbreaker. Well, I say that, but Astrologian would be good to have as well. One of the two. Yeah, sec. Lads, I need to go become momentarily stronger before we can continue our conversations and musings. I need to go do this in my mind palace with people, so, you know, give me 5 minutes. Hopefully this will bump me over, because I don't need that much. If it doesn't, then we'll just, I don't know, pop a dungeon one. I want to do, like, main story or alliance raid, because it's going to be quite long. Oh, this is a hell of a one to get. Hello, Eden. I got 3 Reapers and a Siege. Well, I hope no one looks at my gear in detail if they haven't already got to where I am in the plot. They probably won't. There's 3 of us Reapers here. I'll feed right in. Just stay in the crowd and the attack effects, and no one will notice, and it's fine. You won't spoil anything for anyone, you dipshit. Fuck's sake. Yep. Not easier. I mean, that's right, Astrologian's Bomb is now like the entire fucking arena. I love that, it's so good. You fix the issue of people like trying to get people to stand in your bombs or just making your bomb cover the entire arena. Unironically excellent. Yep. Ah, my threshold vanished just in time. Look how big the bomb is now, oh my god. I love it. You should get around to leveling Astrology again at some point. You're all assholes. It's fine. It's cool. I don't think I have the region on for when this happens, but might as well. Yeah, I don't. Oh, this bit. Alright. Oh boy. Wait, please tell me we didn't lose both heals, but we did. Alright, this is where it shifts fizz. This is where Giant Eden blasts the field, yeah. I'm sorry. Alright. I popped that way too early, but it's fine. Oof. Glad the Reaper transformation actually lasts like 30 seconds at a time. That's plenty of time to get all of the moves out and also have to like walk away to dodge and attack if you need to. Oh, good. No, it's not worth it. There we go. I know, right? The music just goes extremely hard for this one. What did I say to you? I hope you. No, that wasn't enough. He did not attack. Ooh, what the fuck? Hello. Ooh. For materia 9 and 10. You know what? I'm in. I'm not even level 98 and doing that. That's interesting. So I figured there would be materia tiers 9 and 10, but I hadn't seen any yet. So it's fun to see that. Let me in before the DPS bonus leaves. This will take like half an hour, but fuck it. Like, I need the EXP and I can't be bothered with little dingy side quests, especially because I want to hoard as many of them as possible for like alt classes. No, it's queues upon queues. There we go. I just jumped 29 places. Like, I heard you need a lot of DPS for each one, so I guess that makes sense. 15 blocks. Blocks of 15, rather. Alliance raids are like the one roulette DPS of a good time queuing in, because he needs so much of us. Suffering and chaos. Oh, good. I didn't want to have to put in work today. I'm gonna have to actually think about what I'm doing and where I'm going instead of just like smacking buttons through Circus Tower or something. Who's queuing for 28 minutes? I guess if they were a tank, probably. Hmm? They were a Reaper as well, and you were queuing 28 minutes for this? Jesus. Let me in. Transcend the ego collective. Dehumanize yourself and feed through bloodshed. Seeing all the death designs fly onto it. Almost didn't remember that, but then like a second before it happened, I was like, wait, hang on. Those are tank busters. These are the single target, those don't cleave. What the fuck happened there? A mercenary for something that's like fucking tripped or like clawed at something, Jesus. Sudden like rapid clawing noise there, right above us. Damn it. I wasn't paying attention, staring at the ceiling. I better not be trying to somehow get down into like my cupboard or something. It shouldn't be an issue, but I have paranoia. Isn't this the way we want it? Am I wrong? No, I'm right. Yeah, I should remember I have that. I mean, at least this will guarantee I get the fucking 87. No doubts about that. Second, third. Oh, you would do that, wouldn't you, you bastard? Yep. How? It's fine, it's cool. Maybe. I find the one thing I like about the stat squish and the way like damage numbers and all their skill now is I do find myself often, I guess because also like you don't have two pure healers usually. You have one pure healer and a shield healer. If the game is doing like auto balancing and checking. But yeah, usually it's like I find myself needing second wind and bloodbath a lot more as a melee DPS. You're first, you're second. You're third. That was the gimmick. The other one now doesn't attack. Probably I should be like have red mage or something for future alliance considerations, just so we have extra res. Although I feel like the summoner population will be significant, so that might not be an issue. Well, it kind of can be. Some summoners seem to forget or just don't want to use their MP on fucking reses, even though being able to swift cast res makes them immensely valuable. And just feels good besides. One, two, three. Yeah, I was hoping we'd kill you before you get this off. It's not worth it though, let me prove. Although I think it gets wasted if we don't use it here anyway. No, we keep 2 bars. I don't know if that carries in the next fight, I don't remember. Well, on hand, we did that a bit faster than usual. I think definitely easier than usual. On the other, this raid is going to take a fucking while. Wrong button. If they hold inside, you want to be away, I think. Or something like that, I forget. It's been a good while since I've done this. I think this is the one where they rushed the arena. Yeah. You know, we get to the outside because the things are held inside. Yeah. Yep. They're too close. They're too close. Are the tanks gonna fuck us? Tanks almost fucked us. Hello, Luigi. Thank you, tank. There, they died. So they separated that, and then their healer just didn't follow for some godforsaken reason. Yeah, hello, Luigi. Oh, why'd you do that? I think this is correct. If not, we're about to wipe here. No, that was correct. Starting at the scene when we heard that mouse stumble. Oh yeah, I remember this. This is where they do their mighty clash, and I'll get like over here. Shields, so let's pass over to here. Haha, fuck. I didn't see that stack marker in time. Forgot about this one entirely. I think this is about like normal length for this. Again, it's been a very, very long time since I've done these. Like, grind these a bunch to get like augmented triplicate gear. Before that was just the poetics gear for like high level shit that we had never ended up never doing. No, we're fine. Killed it before I died. Wow, that's a lot of dead people. What happened? I don't know if I have these. The tank will probably take them, but if not, they're mine. That's whatever. Just for glamour reasons. I think I have them, but I'm not sure. Actually, no, I don't have them, I don't think. Otherwise, I would use them in one of my pieces of gear. Luigi, a big scratch. Scratch. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're definitely doing more DPS, like, damage than usual, probably because people have, like, above 80 gear now. Keep hitting the wrong one. AoE's got me like thinking. I've seen plenty of white mages. I've seen astrologers and sages. I don't think I've seen a single scholar in... Oh, well, might have actually. No, that's right. The first dungeon of this, the first Endwalker dungeon, we had a scholar for healer. I think that's literally the only one. Scholars are an endangered breed at the moment. So, anyone gonna... Oh. They disconnected. Yeah, like, for the most part, pretty much. Like, even Scholar is actually pretty viable for endgame. Because it's a class from ARR. Like, they're all... The begins balance is such that you can use pretty much any class you want, wherever you want. It's not, like, perfect, because there are some classes that are just better than others for certain things. Like, you know, it's pretty hard to argue that, which one was it? Like, it's pretty hard to argue, for instance, like, if you want, like, just raw damage, like, just mad raw damage all the time, you pretty much have to go with, like, Black Mage or Samurai, for instance. They just kind of beat everyone else for DPS. This is terribly unfortunate. Yep. Thank you, dipshit. Yeah, you can use pretty much anyone you want, and it'll be valuable. You'll have, like, the option, like, abilities to do stuff with. You'll do the correct damage and healing and all that. Some will have advantages in different ways. The mean slider is like, the mean slider is like how much damage you do versus how much utility, like team utility you have. So for instance, Samurai and Black Mage have the most DPS of like of melee and casters respectively. That they are just the big damage wall mutants. Absolutely no team utility. They can't give buffs to any of their teammates. No shields. They can't give help to their teammates. It's all damage all the time forever. Their utility is their big numbers. And then on the flip side, you'll have like Ninja, which has the lowest like personal DPS among melee DPS, but it has the most team utility by far, being able to like put down damaging fields, being able to help like tanks direct stuff, being able to put down what is it? Yep. There we go. Yeah, this shit's got a bit fucked. Ninja can like apply a debuff to what is it? Apply a debuff that makes enemies take 15% more damage, so everyone loved Ninja. Stuff like that. Ranged DPS as a group don't have as much DPS as casters, as the best casters or melees, but all of them have significant team utility. make up for that, and even in the end you have the slider of like Machinist, so the gun one does more damage than help people, and on the flip side of that you have like Bard and Dancer who just do mostly helping people in exchange for lesser damage. Yep, still going. They still going? Okay, no, now they're done. Yep, no worries. Good night, Hammer. Thanks for coming out and watching and chatting. Have a good one. Right enough, it's near 11. Mixed up. Could have sworn this used to just bust this, but it might have been because we had everyone blasting the walls at the same time. Oh, that reset my meters. Frick. Ow. Actually, no, that didn't do much damage to me personally. Chains are not on me, so I can stand here and punch it in the face. Excellent. Chains were on some of them, and they did not know what was up. RIP. That was our Sage. You know, to get Sage, you had... No, you probably didn't. This is optional content. That's a bit uncomfortable. I think, like, here will do. Probably standing in this a bit. Ooh. Just about. Whoops. I forgot the other one. What was the dick? Whoops. Yeah, fuck it, leave it. Reapers, after all, share their gear with dragoons. We are the advanced and/or secondary floor tank. Tell me I didn't just res myself into something stupid. No. Yeah, no, I did. Oh, actually, you know what? This is good. I've avoided the mechanic. Oh, no. Oh, wait, no, I didn't avoid the mechanic. This is the one where they pull them as well as us. Oh god, where did you come from? Could stop attacking for a moment to see what's going on, but that would require me to stop attacking. Always attack, now and forever. I don't want to touch our limit break gauge in case like our healers need it. Especially with one at 33%. Case in point. This is on me, this is on me. What direction are we going? That way? Forward. Right. Shit, I'm gonna die. Yeah. I thought it was like angled and I was like, what's going on? No. Did not run far back enough. Thank you. If I don't move, I have momentary invincibility. That's fine, it was long enough for me to be able to move. So, didn't need it. Don't have a second wind back. It's fine, our healers are on top of it, although the numbers are being reduced. It is a lot scarier now with the way things are. Red wide, red wide, red wide. Ow, my bones. Run. Okay, we're good. I mean, this one will level me up to 87, so we'll get over in a bit, which is good. It's fine, it's cool, we win. Yeah, where's our treasure cover? Our tank is like in the money. I think I already have the fending coat. I think so. I'll read it anyway. Yeah, and I have this, so we'll just pass on that. The only issue with this is really, because like on the one hand it is a wee bit annoying that like on the one hand it was what's the word? I was distracted by reading the chat. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Yeah, okay, it was about the EXP. It was a wee bit annoying that you don't just get enough EXP to keep your main class like properly leveled. Just barely got out of that. Sides. It's annoying because like the game is always pretty good about that. Like AR, especially now, if you do, even if you don't do that much side stuff per se, if you just even if you just do at least like one run of like the Alliance raids, which you have to do 9 AR anyway. Like, it's pretty easy to stay ahead of the level curve. That extremely easy to the point that I think you just outpace the level curve, normally. Anyway, like, you put it, like, from ARR through, even, like, Shadowbringers, like, I was already well ahead of the level curve. To be fair, like, that makes sense, because we didn't get to play Shadowbringers for the longest time, because we still wanted to have that little bit of parity for some reason. Even though we were no longer playing together. So I had gotten to it by myself, just out of lunacy. But I think even then, like, I wasn't far off of 80 on my game class. Like, I think Samurai actually reached 80 during Stormblood, I think. Or that, or it wasn't far off of doing so. That's a raid wide, that's a raid wide. Be mindful of the balls, not of moose flesh. Yeah, I don't know, like, I feel like the main quest alone should be enough EXP to get you to 90, so you can just slam through that if you want. With the side quest having enough to, let you reach, like, other classes level alongside and all is pretty neat. But, you know... And it's not that I don't enjoy doing the raids and all, it's just when I want to go through the story and mulch the story, especially because I'm deeply interested in a very interesting zone. I don't really want to have to stop and fuck off the level a bit to advance, you know? I've been spoiled, I guess, by like being ahead of the curve. Either because AR is extremely generous or because I was doing a lot of side stuff throughout Heavensward and Stormblood. And there's the big gulf between ending Stormblood and doing Shadowbringers. So it was like already at that peak max shit. Getting put into one of the longer Alliance raids is just, you know, well, I say longer. It is one of the longer ones because it's, you know, beefier bosses, but you were doing pretty good for damage. So, swings and roundabouts. Still, nonetheless, a bit like, I would rather like have the extra time, especially in these conditions where like it seems consistent once we start getting to like 1 to 2 a.m. That's when the giant American server onslaught happens and everything comes collapsing down. And I would at least like to get out to like a slower paced part of the plot that isn't as deeply interesting and an extremely fascinating zone before that happens. But we've now been in here for, I think, coming on, what is the time on this one? 100, if it's 120, we've been in here for 40 minutes. That doesn't feel right. If it's 100 and been in here for 20, then that's a bit better, you know? Rhythm rings. At least I have a big dash for these. When you know, the bigger sets start coming down. Bam. It's always very funny seeing that go off and just see if any of the Alliance health meters just drop to 0. Like that one over there. This music is so good. I mean, it's near music, of course it is. But, you know. My bad. Should have brought that down actually, but I wasn't thinking. On a darker note. The train. Yeah, the train first, then the rings. Oh no, is it rings first, then it's rings first, then train. Interesting. That's fine. true north. I'm actually remembering the use you now. Stop just short. This looks like it should do. No. Yes. Narrowly. Right, yeah, this is the train. Be eager to do the LB3 now. I know the meter's full, we might as well let it refill again, but still. It wasn't ours, actually. It was someone else's. That might have been ours. No, that wasn't ours. This is a moon spoiler before saying to me in chat. Hello, Chris. Fun fact: you don't. The main story doesn't quite give you enough EXP to completely level your class. So here I am tonight. I mean, here I am to get past the thing. I'm in. You should probably already know. I'm in Elpis. Like a fair ways in the Elpis, I think. First level 87 quest, actually, is a better way to put it. I know I just got to 87 during this. Ah, someone just beat me to it by like a fucking second. The Dragoon. Yeehaw. Yeah. What came out? That's the thing. I'm doing the main story and the main story only. I already have that one. Yeah, I already have you. I already have all this. Give me. I already have these, but not give me anyway. I'll grade these to be nice. Give all of this. I don't remember what I have. Give me all of it anyway. Do you have this? I already have that. Do you have this? No, I don't. Alright. If you're in a queue at all, or for me, the queue number won't change even after 45 minutes of logging in and out. Oh dear. So basically, once I get kicked out tonight, and when the server collapses in like 2 hours, I'm not getting back in. Good to know. But yeah, no, just doing main story quest isn't like it was just shy of 87, so it doesn't. It gives you just not quite enough to get you over the line for the entire thing. The other answers are all left. It's just us. Are you fucking voting on this shit, people? I said this when I did the last raid, but then I forgot to change my gear. I hope no one's been paying attention to my outfit. Hopefully they aren't looking at it at this moment. Yeah, I got one song track. Fuck me. Well, I did get like a bit of gear earlier for glamoring, but still. Right, hello, I'm 87. Can I do the plot again? Yeah. You didn't run into this problem. Weird. That is odd. Because I leveled to level 80 at the start of the thing. I was like ever so slightly over level 80, so I was just starting from effectively 0 when I started the main story. And I guess somehow I didn't get enough despite doing all the quests and fighting shit. It was like a few 100,000 off. Like, I did the normal raids and that didn't get me anywhere near. I did like one of these quests here that did give me barely all. Before that Alliance raid took me like right over the line, like a third through level 87, so that might be put me back on the course. I don't know. I'm not sure what's different, but I haven't missed any main story quests or anything, so I don't know. Been fighting all the shit I'm meant to be fighting. I've been helping other people when they have little instance monsters near me fight them too, just for giggles. So. We're the only ones apparently. I've had a few people like. Sometimes I've seen people like stop outside the zone and wait for me to finish, and other ones just get in and then help me with it. Some who are just passing them by will stop and fight it for the shit of it. And like I will actively help when I'm there and they're there. If they come in while I'm in the middle of it, or they're just after me, I will just stick around and help. You know, camaraderie. Fuck is that? That's a whale. That must be a hunt monster. Yeah, shock mole. Okay, not quite a whale, like a cobra whale. Nutty. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I figured. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they already were, given how nice he was to us before this, but especially looking at him, it's like, oh yeah, no wonder people are not gay for him. I'm sure people are also screaming now that they get to see OG emet-selch as well. The nice, like, the dark alternate whale. Yeah, maybe eventually they'll make it. They've done it for some other enemies. I know you are. How could you not be? Actually, here's a question. Have you been doing like all like whenever you get the have you been doing all like the Aether Current quests as you get them, like as you see them and get them? Because if you have, that might be the little difference. Because I haven't been. I'll just be like, I'll just do these at some other point, probably tomorrow morning. Sometimes, okay, that might make enough of a difference. Maybe it depends, I guess. Even so, I'm kind of like, you sure that like it's probably just off by a little bit, but they should like adjust them a bit so you do get enough to not need to do any of it. If you don't, if you want to just not do that for a second. No. Did a few normal quests that give equipment. Okay, that might be the differential then. You did a few the extra one quests, which I haven't, and the main story is just shy. Like just a few quests worth shy of being able to give you enough EXP to get over the line perfectly, whether intentionally or not. Yeah. It's a land shark.
あれは新種のサメだね。先日イデアを登録したばかりのものだ。サメは海洋生物の中でも人気が高い。
People are submitting shark designs all the time.
最初はもちろん順当な考え方をされていたよ。 大きさの違いだとか異なる海域への適性を持つとかね。けれどそれにとどまらず挑戦者たちは空飛ぶサメを
Yeah, it's nice to see that even they had fads. All the stress of not like having no individuality in appearance, but you know they have fads and popularity and everything.
他にやるべきことを探すようにって言いたいくらいだったけど、最終的には執念を買って承認ってことに。
Hitflow. Up. Hello, Vana.
危なかった。
How did you learn to jump? Do a jump with a sword?
あら、あなたたち。
ベーネス様、まさかこんなところで会えるなんて。
Emet-selch is not pleased. In case you forgot,
この前、過去に14人委員会に属した者は、ほとんどが退任とともに星に帰っていると言っただろう。彼女はそのほとんどに含まれない稀有な例だ。
damn, she wants to live or something.
ベーネス。前代の朝に伝えた人物だよ。
Interesting.
お久しぶりですね。会えて嬉しいわ。ヒトロダイフス。東大のエメトセルクも。でもあなた、また眉間のシワが深くなったのではありませんか？
Be less about Garage, you big shit.
あまり顔をしかめてなかった。
Smile more.
あなたの後任が随分大変とてもやんちゃな。
Maybe smile less, actually.
あの子は元気？
相変わらずですよ。この前なんて噴火間近の火山に突撃したり
Yeah, that
して。
sounds like us.
お聞きになります？
ええ、よければ後でぜひ。それからそちらのあなたは。
Now, can you see Aether if you can? That's about to be a bit. She can totally see it.
もしや今よりも先の時間。
Don't blow her cover.
未来から来たのではありませんか？あなたに私の紡いだ魔法がかけられているのを感じます。けれどそんなことをした覚えはない。となればかけたのは今より先の私ではない
Do they have alcohol in your society? That might help.
ちなみにどんな魔法なんですか？
旅人のための守りです。あらゆる状況でエーテルの品質を防ぎます。
Heidelberg's blessing was just a traveler's ward. Neither of these lines are things we should say aloud, but I guess because we're fuckwit. They don't call them primals.
万神が何を指すのかは分かりませんが、エーテルのバランスを乱して精神干渉をする
By measure, you mean total.
確かにその魔法で防げます。心当たりがあるようですね。
だからといって未来から来たなどといくらなんでもありえない。
He'll have forgotten the presence of this concept in about 12,000 years' time. Not that you can blame him after that point, I suppose.
未来のことを、あなたのことを話してはいけない。
Cannot avert the timeline. Cannot avert the timeline. Change the future is to change the past.
あくまで終末が起きたという歴史をたどった世界。過去で何をしたところで悲劇をなかったことにはできない。
Even having done this much is too much.
そう。あなたが戻る未来は変わらないけれど、私たちが別の歴史を歩む可能性があると。
It's like writers.
いいですね、それ。まだ誰も検証していない領域に挑むの。私は好きですよ。
I guess the impression that like he means that everything we've done has already happened, so nothing we can do will actually change anything.
未来は訪れる瞬間までわからないものです。
But
心配していただくことでもないかと。
you never know.
何よりわざわざここを訪れたのには相応の大事な理由があるのでしょ。よければ話してみてはもらえませんか。
まったく、それが本当ならとんだ事情を隠していたものだな。私も14人委員会としてしっかり聞かせてもらうぞ。お前が何者で
Let's just open with, well, 12,000 years from now, in an alternate dimension, caused by the splitting of this world, I will personally kill you. Like you specifically. But point at Hiffle and say, well, you're dead. They point at Vanan and say, you're like inside a god. And point at emet-selch and say, you're dead, but also I killed you. And you're god. Yeah, I don't know if you can truly say that. We already know that we can avert the future. This is the thing you didn't. It was the little kid on the convocation who sent us back to the past, and he's like, oh, well, you know, I remember you being there, kind of. And that means anything you do there can't change the future, but we don't know that. We don't fucking know that. That's right, he realizes that if we're from the future and we have, you know, the color of Azim's soul, that can only mean something. Oh, we're chasing that little rat. Oh hey, look how it is. Are you a hunt monster here as well? No, you're just a regular Gith here. They use this model like sized up to be giant for like a super fate boss in Heavensward areas, and this is also like the boss of the DPS melee and range DPS role quest in Shadowbringers. And now they're just all over the place here. This is truly hell. Well, they've got the little rat following them by the look of it. Oh, good. Oh, fuck it. That's true. Like, we're normally half this size, if not less. If we come back and we're just giant, that's gonna be terribly funny. Where is this little shit? Ah. Okay, what lies can we get away with, and how can we avoid destroying ourselves? Traveling and searching go hand in hand. I defeated the queue of despair. Someone has managed to return. You may yet have your moment, Chris. Things have a way of ending up like that. So we got all three aetherites here in one fell swoop, as far as I can see. Interesting. Fucking. What do you mean you cannot see target? You want to watch Christmas scenery or not? Yeah. I was debating if I was gonna watch it or not as well. It was kind of like, if I get kicked from the queue ahead, it's like early. I definitely will. And if nothing's interesting, I was debating it or just like leaving it and catching up on the announcements later. Because there's the potential for many interesting things to be announced here, including like a fucking remaster at least of Chrono Cross. If not a like, remaster or remake, one of the two. And that'll be very interesting to see. Ah, so white robes mean you're either a litivist or you're government advisor. I mean, for me, it's just mashing X and hoping it works.
いい香りですね。ほっとする。
お菓子もあればよかったのですが、
Sweet meats.
旅暮らしの癖が抜けなくて、どうも身軽さを優先してしまうの。お茶のおかわりならいくらでも。お湯は温かいまま保っていますから、焦る。ゆっくりでいい。聞かせてもらえますか?
The sinking realization that if you tell them the whole truth, you are probably potentially responsible for everything that comes after. Let's go with that. Everything. We're responsible for everything, probably. We're gonna set these fuckers off on their stupid paths and they're going to kill themselves because we told them what they do in the future. Yeah, you become a giant rock, you become dead, you become service of a giant rock, and I kill you for being in service of that giant rock, but to be fair, you tried to kill me. The world is split into pieces, the apocalypse happens anyway, and you're powerless to stop it. You become a wreck. Again, you're just dead. Like, really dead. Deader than these two. And, I am I think exactly one half of a Zim at this point. Oh yeah, Hildebrand. He's fucking great, that guy.
とても信じられたものじゃない。
そうだね。正直、想像すらつかない部分も多いよ。
Yeah.
ベーネス様はどう思います？
What do you know, Anna?
最初の週末がいつどうして起こったのかが正確でない以上、
Oops.
ですから全て真実であるという前提に立ってなぜ私がそうしたのかを考えていました。大衆と14人委員会が選んだ道。
Suppose that is the thing. To this point, we've assumed it was because she resented the fact that they sacrificed half the population of their world to do it.
もちろんその時になってみないとわからないことも多いでしょうが、簡単に下せる決断ではなかったはず。何かもう少しそうするしかなかった要因があるように思えるのです。それからなぜあなたにエルピスの花を知るべにしろと言ったのか。花そのものや追う過程が大事だったとも考えられますが、あなたがここへ至っている以上、
The person running the place is the guy who successfully reignites the apocalypse.
それが何なのか。私はあなたに何をすべきなのか。
Because you guys and all your infinite wisdom didn't invent therapy at any
そっち
point.
についてはこうも考えられませんか？彼女たちの歴史においては終末は不可避となり、もう星から逃げるしかない。せめてその未来について私たちに伝えておくことで別の歴史が生じる可能性を作りたかったとか。
確かに理屈としてはあり得る話です。けれどそれが主たる目的ならわざわざエルピスに誘導する理由がない。留守である可能性を考慮しても私の家にするか14人委員会のいるアーモロートを選ぶ方が賢明でしょ
う。まあそうか。彼女はそのハイデリンってものから向かうべき時を指定されたわけじゃない。となれば私たちと出会えるかどうかは重要じゃなかったというわけです。
Oh. That's true. That also means we fucked up.
この偶然とも思える出会いが果たされることに
Unless you remember it already
か
happening.
けていたのかもしれませんか。
In which case, it's just how it had to be.
パズルをしようにも重要なピースが足り
This
ない。
is the entire plot. You could just use this screenshot for the midpoint of each story. I said midpoint, but we're at the first 87 quest. This is like the final quarter now. However long that quarter may be.
それは私にとってかけがえのないものを焼き払おうとしています。そんな事象を前にして長い時間を費やして用意した手段が逃げるだけ。
Yeah, I know, right?
普通ならまず週末を完全に退ける方法を考えるはずでしょう。
I mean, it was your backup plan because you're forestalled coming doom. You know, you did seal Zodiac away to keep it from happening, but
私は不可能を信じていない。ハイデリンが私なのであれば、それだけは揺るぎない事実だと思います。
よくもまあ、こんな妄言に出てくる自分を本当に自分だと思えたものだな。
facts and logic is kicking in.
私は納得していない。できるものか。この
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
そいつの語る私は、この私とかけ離れているじゃないか。
I'm sure you do. And yeah.
命を捧げたとして、星のためであったなら、人として誇るべきことだ。だというのに、私がありし日の町を模しただと。そんなものは。
Do you know what 12,000 years a minimum of rat will do to a person?
全く理解ができない。自ら計画失敗の要因を作ったようなものじゃないか。
Just counting on for everyone except emet-selch. I'll have to hear it on your VODs then.
確かにこの時代の復活なんてものを背負わされると思うと嫌で嫌で仕方がない。腹の底からうんざりする。だが自分からそれを投げ出すような真似を私がすると。
It's easy to say that now.
侮ってくれたものだな。
Mom voice is really funny. I mean, I would say it's perfectly fitting, really.
私は仕事に戻る。二度と邪魔をするな。
エメトセルク、ちょっと待ってよ。
もう一つ聞かせてください。ここまでエルピスを見てきて何か気になったことはありませんでしたか？
Both of these are the key of it. Dymus is the key to all of this. It's the uniting factor even among Hermes and Meteion.
デュナミス。エーテルとは異なる力ですね。ええ、私も専門ではありませんが理解はしています。そして局長であるヘルメスがメーティオンを作るにあたってそれを研究していると。
He also mentioned he was sending his bird girls out into space. Like, he sent them to other planets, and I'm convinced this has something to do with it.
そうと決まれば行動あるのみです。今はまだ欠けているピースがきっとこの地にある。それを手にしたとき、未来の私が描いた絵の全容があなたが受け取るべき答えが導き出せるでしょう。私にもどうか協力させてください。
Didn't drink his goddamn tea.
大丈夫。彼が私の知るアゼムから聞かされた通りの
And we haven't seen the last of him in the future either. Oops. I will take a minute to go to the toilet though. So yeah. Soon you will escape the queue. Ah, he's logged in. Good luck and Godspeed, however far ahead you are. Thing is Izmin. Is this diable? It is. Hmm. To be honest, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's ever really worth it. Like, the announcements can often be pretty good, but the rest of the show itself is usually to just kind of agony, because it'll be like, do we give this award to, like, shithouse Western game made by rapists, A, shithouse Western game made by rapists, B, foreign Japanese title, or shithouse Western game made by rapists, C. And then, spends lots of times about the content creators from either non-English speaking countries or the ones from here who are just obscure as shit that people like you and me don't watch. I think honestly the better use of time is just play the game and we'll just catch the announcements afterwards. Like, just go down Gematsu, just over the past 2-3 pages, whatever, their front page, and scoop any announcements of interest out like that. Like, unless you're watching it with people, in which case it's very funny to make fun of it and suffer together. Yep. But yeah, no, you would be better served just playing the game, I think. Character theory, I should do that, yes. Hello. I know his interests, kinda. What kind of person is he? Given what a theatrical piece of shit he becomes later, that's interesting. He has some notion of how to work dynamics. Tamalos. How the rest of this area goes, so definitely keep on going. I'm going to. Game Awards isn't for an hour anyway, so yeah, I was just gonna leave it, I think, ultimately. I'll just catch the announcements after. It means well, does Geoff Cowley overall, but, the requirements of getting companies to agree to tell us shit and announce things at the show means, makes for a pretty miserable show. Tamales on the East Bank. Why did... Oh dear. Oh, he's fucked, isn't he? No, T-Mile, sorry. Interrogation music, activate. A worthy subject indeed. Mm. We have engineering ethics over here. I mean, we're gonna say that it's the bird girl's abilities. What we do know is that Hermes is keeping it a secret from everyone else that he has all these. Ironwood headgear. 539. Okay, stuff is beginning to catch up and overtake, like the augmented crypt gear and the Ballsian weapons. Yeah, that seems pretty important. We probably should not let that one... Why didn't we mention that earlier? Yeah. The path west of here, and she walked away east. Fucking... Oh. Cats. I don't know, those frogs at the moment. But cats are very popular. Primordial hippo surf. It does looks like a regular one. Hello. So. A lot of unregulated experimentation going on. A host of Meteon's Heavensward. Metabesios thalasai. Even though they regretfully keep you from fucking dying, he says, just completely unaware of how that sounds. So I'm unworthy of a death. I will rejoice in the day you die. Man, I wonder why Amarok collapsed. Alright, sick. Yep. Elevators upon elevators. Fucking hell of a sight, though. Yep. Unhurried.
風が心地いい。それにとても綺麗。あなたのいた未来の世界も変わらず美しいですか？
Very much. You know, like, Alamigo aside.
一歩一歩を楽しんでいるのですね。よければ待つ間にあなたの旅の話を聞かせてください。
Most of the man in killing shit. Most of the hell people, sometimes just to kill shit.
今度はもっと取り留めのないハイデリンの目的を明らかにするため未来の世界を知りたいという意図もありますが、何より同じ旅人として興味があるのです。知らない場所に行った人から話を聞きたいと思うのは私たちのサガでしょ。
I think that we just told her about Hildebrand there.
そんなことがあるだなんて、私も見てみたかった。なんて 不自由で厳しい世界。けれどそこに生きる人々のなんと愛しいことでしょう。人はそんな風にもなれる。可能性の輝きは彼方でもやっぱり
Distant hell time.
ありがとう。とびきり素敵なお話でした。先ほども少し話に出ていましたが、私はもともと世界の成り立ちを追い求める学者だったのです。エーテルとは何？物はどうしてこんな形をしているの？私たちの始まりは？世界はそういった謎に満ちている。いくつかにはそれらしき答えを出しもしました。
There are questions I think about. Where did ether come from?
世界の法則が今のようであり、私たちが存在していることはまさしく奇跡のような必然だったのです。
By Hermes' reckoning, most, like, only a third of the universe, if that, has ether in it.
はるか天地を巡り、移ろいながら悠久を渦巻く熱が、こうして私やあなたという形をとっている。それがどれほどの確率の出来事か思えば、想像できる範疇のことなんて何も不可能ではないように感じるのです。そう気づいた時、急激にこみ上げてきた思いが私の当たり前を打ち砕きました。何かとてつもなく大きなもの、運命だとかそういうものに命が、人が愛されているのだという感覚。同時にあまたの奇跡と不確定な可能性の上にある今がひどく脆いもののようにも思いました。私は誰かに何かに会いたくなって思わず飛び出した。
Starting to see why you became the core of Heidelin.
見て、聞いて。
If these are the things you wanted to know so dearly.
それが遠い昔の旅の始まりでした。当たり前が取り払われた世界は何もかもが新鮮でとても美しかった。眼前に広がる地平、吸い込まれるような空、静かだけれど力強い自然の息遣い、それらの合間に人の営みが明かりを灯し、ことの葉を響かせる。そんな光景に胸が温かくなった。何より出会う人そのものがたまらなく好きだった。だから皆のためにできることをしていたら帰るに帰れなくなってしまったのです。もしかしたら未来の私もハイデリンを探し続けているのかもしれませんね。
Hearing her talk like this, even before she has any notion of needing to be the god that's protecting the world, does make Heidelin of the future sound a lot more honest in all she does. Seeing as I'm still fairly suspicious, even though she is explicitly helping us in a lot of ways, still fairly suspicious of her motives then. I suppose it's still possible that there is some nefarity to that, given that she has apparently changed her goal, or at least lost the earnest vigor enough to say we need an escape plan.
未だ人の行く末を問い手放せずにいる私に、あなたの旅は良いものでしたか？
Right, that's how you know you're in the final leg of the game.
みません。遅くなりました。
Of course.
お待たせしてしまって本当にごめんなさい。観察対象がこんな時に限って暴れちゃって。お仕事お疲れ様です。おかげでのんびり話もできましたから気にしないで。ありがとうございます。それで私に聞きたいことというのは、実はヘルメスの作ったメイティオンに興味があるのです。あなたは大勢の彼女が飛ぶところを見たとか。なんだそのことでしたか。ええ、しっかと見ましたとも。あの日は夜の観察があったので6要員を出たのが夜半過ぎだったんです。なんとなく星空を見上げながら歩いていたら、南東の方角に天へと昇る逆さまの流星がピカッと。
Just had a dark brainwave. A shooting star that rose instead of fall, and then the falling stars of the final days. Hmm.
そしたら少し先の島にヘルメスと
Matea.
たくさんのメイティオンた
Let's
ちが
get
い
this
て、
correct.
そのメイティオンたちが夜空へと飛んでいく姿が逆さまの流星の正体だったんです。なるほど。それについてヘルメスと話をしたことは？あまりに綺麗な光景だったので、翌日すぐにどんな設計で何のために飛ばしているのか聞きに行ったんです。でもまだ個人的な実験の途中だから情報を共有する段階にないって。
We need to make sure they actually leave the atmosphere.
だから私も話してもらえる日を待っているところなんです。ヘルメスは今も時折あの浮島に行っているようですから、実験自体は進んでいるんじゃないかと思いますよ。
We're gonna see some fuck shit in there, aren't we?
状況はよくわかりました。私たちも話が聞けるのを楽しみに待ちたいと思います。お伺いしたかったのはそれだけです。仕事の最中にお呼び立てしてしまって申し訳ありませんでした。いえいえ、同じことを気にしている方に会えて嬉しかったです。あ、このまま下に降りますか？でしたら扉をおつなぎしますけど。ではお言葉に甘えて。
Things come together slowly. We're getting there, though. It's all about Dinos and the fact that they keep making that allusion to the stars, the falling and shooting stars. Yeah, that's kind of where we're going. He's gonna have a hand in causing the final days. Because the terrible fate affects us. It may not affect the creatures that he so loves. I think that kind of ties it together. He caused it out of his disgust at a maritime society, and before he was restored his memories when he was sundered, he still had massive contempt and disgust for Amarantine society, for elegant society even. And thus so convinced that people were fucking terrible. You know. Probably didn't really change anything he was up to. Rather morbid to think that the falling stars of the final day could potentially just be falling minions, though. That seems a good a shot as any. Oh hey, look who it is. Why'd you give it your eyes? That's the only thing I have to question. That's why Argos was so excited to see us in the future. Okay. Choose your battlefield. The Azems just love a big scrap. I'm gonna shit myself if this didn't just turns around and says trial unlocked. Aye, the big clearing. Let's go.
ではお互いに手加減なしでいきましょう。
Ooh. Seen it though like two of them. Got a sword and shield. She's doing the paladin thing. True blink. Ah. Yeah, that'll do it. The paladin moves. She's got like super forms of paladin moves. Is this where they originated from? Whoop. Balls. She changed the dancer? She could get. Get. Here cheeky one. My god is mental. Which one will it be? Stone. Oh, she got a staff out? Yep, white mage. Yeah, chasers. Shit. That's not good, eh? Wrong one. I'll probably die here, yep. Hello, Luigi. I probably should move the dashes to the back bar at some point, but I got souls though. Get over here. Paladin, Dancer, White Mage. It's an odd set. And a different direction this time. Bonk. Bonk. Alright, so how do we want to do this? Do we have a clear path to be knocked back through? Alright then. hurting.
行きますよ
I timed that poorly. I held it. This is the problem. So how fast that comes out.
頃合いですね最後のシーンを貸しましょう
Just saw like a gift name right after that. I was like, oh god, is this going to be one where you have to let it go in our cards? Unfortunately, they're not that new. Oh, it inflicts damage down now, does it? That's a bit unfortunate. Just about fuck. Just about. Or the fucking like power effect comb around her. Look at that.
しがらみはたたれよ観難は注げ汝の意志をここに示さん
Yo, can we get this as a limit brick? Jesus. And a katana won't fuck me.
耐え抜きましたか未来の旅人もしたたかですね十分です手合わせはここまでにしておきましょう
That was a hell of a move.
「膝くらいはつかせるつもりでいたのですが甘かったですね」確かアゼムと手合わせした時もそうでしたあなたといい彼女といい私の半分も生きていないのにたくましいこと
Have we told her that we're half of a Zem yet?
あなたの冒険がそれだけ言葉で語ってくれたのよりもずっ
I don't think we have.
と困難の連続だったということでしょうお互いに実りの多い旅をしてきたようですね
Yep. We have earned a dog honor.
あら 気になったのかしら。よかったですね。
Saw us have an absolutely radical battle in the far past, and then he remembered it on the moon and was like, it's time to go, radical battler. That's great. I'm still perturbed that she gave her, like, dog her eyes. And away we go. I believe this makes us the Argonauts now. The lighthouse and everything going. Sakura tree? I mean, that works too. It's funny that Vana rides it the same way we do, but then when we saw Y'shtola ride it, she just had to ride it side saddle, like she's too graceful for that. Why do I get the feeling these little bundles of petals aren't going to be so innocent? I suppose they might just be bushes, actually. Are you able to, like, do the echo? Oh.
でしたら私が補助しましょう。もう少し近くへ。私のすぐ前に立ってください。過去を見るには大まかに2つの手段があります。一つは当人がその記憶を想起しているときに心の壁を越えて伺い見る方法。もう一つが場のエーテルに刻まれた記憶を読み解くという方法です。魂に記憶が刻まれていくように世界に満ちるエーテルにだって歴史は刻まれていくのです。もっともそういったものは消えやすいので必ず読み取れるとは限りませんが、ともかくやってみましょう。さあ目を閉じて。
It would be rad if this was the moment we finally learned how to be able to control the damn thing.
いずれの個体にも損傷はなし、順調にそれぞれが目的とする星に向けて飛んでいます。
All units.
およそ108サイクル後、すべての調査を終え、報告を送信する。
108, you say? I forget the exact significance of that. That's a significant number, especially in like Buddhism and other religions that were in like the eastern end of the world.
だってヘルメス、順調。よかったね。
本当によ かった。ここまで失敗の連続だったからな。宇宙は常に予想を上回ってくる。人は未だ真理を掴んでなどいないのだと痛感させられた。
でも私たちみんなで試行錯誤いっぱいした。だから調査ちゃんと終わる。
そうだな。君たちの頑張りのおかげだ。
どんな答え返ってくるかな。生きる理由、命の意味、なんだろうね。
この中にはアーテリスよりずっと進んでいる星も、まだまだ原始的な星もあるだろう。築いてきた文化は違うだろうし、それどころか形状すら異なる知的生命がいるかもしれない。だとしたらきっとこの星で信じられているのとは全く別の命の捉え方をしているのではないかと思う。
全く別のはどんな？
想像もつかないな。けれどどんな答えが届いたとしても頭ごなしに否定したりせず考えていきたい。みんなに伝えて弁論してもらうのもいいだろう。
Well, that's just it. He's hyper aware of his own existence,
その先
but the
で
rest of the Amartine
人
aren't
だけじゃ
really.
ない一つでも多くの命が幸せを知れたらいいと思うんだ。メイティオン、自分は君に飛び方を教えたが、歩き方は、生命としての生き方は到底教えられなかった。しかし長い長い旅の果てに君はきっとそれを知る誰かに出会うだろう。そうして答えを得て再びここへ帰ってきた時には君を大いにたたえねぎらおう。
砂糖ドバドバのリンゴね。
君は食べられないじゃないか。
Why didn't you give her the ability to eat?
形にした方がいいのならそうだな。花を、いつかこの旅をやり遂げた君に心から花を贈ろう。
あなたはどう思いますか？
You can sense like the tinge of madness to his obsession with society.
優しくとも彼の計画が望み通りの形で進むかどうかはまた別の話でしょう。何か意図しない事故や見落としがあって終末につながる要因を作ってしまう可能性も十分にある。そこで次の手を提案させてください。ヘルメスにもあなたの真実を、本人に最悪を望む意志がないのであればそれを阻止すべく知恵や力を貸してくれるかもしれません。
And if he does,
それでは急いで彼を探さなければいけませんね。 ひとまず元の島まで戻るとしましょう。
This is the thing that does the blackening. Very, very well be. Why do they have minotaurs? Why do, you know, I guess I shouldn't question that on the society that's extremely ancient Greek in its stylings, but still. I'm distinctly aware of and nervous that's getting near fucking 1 a.m. Yeah, appointed time of chaos draws near. Yeah. Okay, we're covering like basically the whole thing on our first visit, beyond like the little gaps we might need to fly to. Refreshing turn, that one. Hey, look at that. More. It's the boys. You say unable to help, but have you not considered the fact that he may have done it? He may have intentionally left it unseen? he's still complaining about it being personally offensive is great. Don't talk to me, don't look at me, don't regard me. The Uranus. We are arriving upon Europe. The heart of all of this. Yeah, that's good. The Hungering Gardens. Oh boy. It didn't take long. Fucking a Medusa? It's a flying tiny Marlboro. What horror is this? The hell are you? It's like we have random battles. Oh my lord. I just noticed they have arms and hands, and that's especially fucked. Yeah, yeah, you got it. I was gonna say, I should probably help with it. No, they got it. Smell of marbles. I think we can assume it's written in stone.
待たせてすまない。14人委員会の件とは別の重要な話があると聞いたが。
ああ、あるとも。まさしく信じられないような話がな。私たちにしたのと同じ話をしてやれ。お前が何者で何を求めてここへ来たのか。
週末の最悪。
The feeling that telling him about his future self's antics and plans to cause an apocalypse ends up driving him to cause the apocalypse.
私たちは今のところ週末の現象の数々はデュナミスによって引き起こされているのではと考えています。そしてここでそれを最も熟知しているのはヘル。一方であなたが望んで週末を起こすとは思っていません。ですので私たちは糾弾するためではなくその知恵をお借りするために来たのです。すぐに全てを信じるのは難しいかもしれませんが、この話を真実だとした場合の見解を聞かせてはいただけないでしょうか。
ベーネス様、確かに2度の週末はいずれもデュナミスが作用したもののように思える。顕著なのは効果の現れ方だ。1度目の週末では創造魔法を暴発させ、再来した週末では人そのものを変異させている。
Oh, memory.
この違いは両時代の人が有するエーテル量の差によって生じているのではないだろうか。
This we have determined.
前にも話した通り、エーテルが少ない方がデュナミスとつながりやすい。
Oh, I just realized. The calamity we averted in Shadowbringers was a calamity of light. The if calamity was going to be a calamity of light. And the warning signs for that, the stuff that was setting it up, was a thinning of ether in the world.
旧来の人、つまり自分たちは大量のエーテルを有しているため、デュナミスとつながりにくい。そのため体
Not yet, but we are fast approaching 1 a.m., so it may well be that we get punted out soon when the server collapses from a vast logon. Chris was on earlier while he was trying to queue and mentioned that the queue was struggling to move for a while, so that bodes well. It could go worse. So yes, I have a fancy new outfit to fit in with everyone.
よってディナミスの干渉を受けやすく、自身の変化を引き起こされたと考えられるだろう。ただ、そうなのだとすれば、真に注目すべき点は、
憶測でもいい。
This is a pretty good story moment in itself. So it crashing at any point around here would be quite upsetting.
真に注目すべき点は、絶望や恐怖、負の感情によってのみ。
I'm convinced there is an entity at the source of this whose feelings are driving all of this.
デュナミスは思いによって作用する力。だからこそ、 作用を受ける側と仕掛ける
I'm
側が
convinced that is
同じ思いを抱い
Zeromus.
ていれば聞きやすくなる。
つまり終末は星の循環不全などではない。何者かが負の感情を
Yes. Okay. There is indeed a who-ness to all of this.
とんだ不届き者がいたものだな。そいつの正体に心当たりは？
終末は天脈の薄い地域から
It's the atmosphere.
天脈は星の一番外側にあるエーテルの流れだ。
Does that not mean that the entity might be
デュナミスを用い
in
た
space?
星の外から来ているのなら真っ先に食い破られるのはそこになる。
Oh. Our entity is from beyond the stars.
こんにちは。聞こえますか？私はあなたに敵対するものじゃありません。
Oh.
あなたの音を聞き、思いを感じ、考えを知りたいのです。どうか仲良くしてくれませんか？
Aliens. The grand causer of the apocalypse was aliens.
共有意識に接続。
Connecting to shared consciousness.
私たちからの調査報告をお届けします。
Oh. Oh.
やめて、熱い、熱い。わかんない。寒いの。寒くて痛い。
What did you find in space?
メディオン、しっかりするんだ。
悲しい。怖いよ。寂しい。苦しい。ああ。どうして私たちこんな辛いよ。痛い。
Oh dear.
2回。違う。こんなのダメ。
What?
離脱した。いや、消えた。
体内のエーテル量を調節して環境と同化する迷彩だ。
優秀。でもちょっとまずいね、これは。私にも見えない。
Yeah, shit is getting wild. Oh god, what did you find in space? Did you find Zeromus in space?
大丈夫ですか？メーティオンの声が。いえ、私には姿を消す間際の一言しか。
彼女、言語によらずに心をつなげる対話術もデュナミスを用いたものなんだ。自分たちより君の方がつながりやすいのかもしれない。
Oh wow, look how it looks.
なら、お前は声を
Eyes melting black, goo running out.
私たちも手分けをして探すぞ。どこまで肉薄できるかは怪しいものだがな。
What did you find in space? Really should like take a different quest jingle or like disable this for some quests. The plant dinosaurs over here, don't mind them. Don't turn around. Oh, you picked the time to come in, man. You've come in time just for the horror from beyond the stars to start making its presence known. The other gods have arrived. It seeps into my mind. That took a fucking wild turn. Where are you, tiny bird? Right, we need to know. Actually, no, I don't think you did talk about how it ended. Where the hell did you go? Oh, the people are around this one. That'll do it. Meteon. Meteon, you got to fucking tell me what you find in space. Tell me, Meteon. Oh, for fuck. What did they find? Mankind was meant to go to space. We would have been given space wings by evolution. We should never have gone to space. Fucking... I know I can do it. I don't know that I can do this, I guess, but I mean, fucking you should let me do it anyway. Still having to go around the entire ridge. Bricks. I joked when Hammer was here earlier that the next expansion is just going to be XCOM. Like when we heard, you know, like them describing that this little bird girl's whole purpose was that, oh, he's sending them into space to find stuff, and I'm just like, now I'm realizing, no, the last part of Endwalker is going to be XCOM. They are coming. Why did you make these fucking things? Ugh. Fucking tell us the answer. We need to know. I don't care if the answer is literally there's nothing out there. But except it can't be. You found something out there. You found something out there. And in your agony at finding it, you destroy yourself. Are you? Don't get too close. Let me finish listening. Alright. What did you find, Meteom? Oh, it's a tomato genie. All people of Ethers? I will listen, I don't care. Oh, for fuck's sake. The cultists managed to bring Carcosa to Earth, which is a city that the King and Yellow resides in, which is now a sort of Hastur. Yep, one of the old ones. Then trying to summon Hastur in that city, trying to summon it in the Earth, but it didn't work. Valid enough. You bring his city in. Run towards the lake if we just... What are you doing, Hermes? Hermes. Hermes. You must be clever about this. Follow, wander, stumble, listen. We ride. That's right. You can't. Yeah, I forgot myself for a moment. This is incredibly blue water. Is he gonna complain at us about having to walk in his robes in the water? There's remorse, alright. That seems about right. Alright. Their characters entered Carcosa, which obviously doesn't follow any rules of logic, and randomly changes. While they managed to reach the palace where the summoning was happening, on the way they found the cultist who bound it to Earth. He was just obsessed with the city, but didn't want the summon Hutzer because he understood the consequences. Ah. The classic. You have a patsy to do it for you. That's right, we can't mind up. Well, Buddy Boy here won't make his own mountain falls. Where'd you go, you little shit? Well, she's up there. Sprint over to me, asshole. For fuck's sake. As the chicken, I need to know what the fuck she saw. The chicken saw a terror in space. We will know the terror you saw in space, chicken. It seems to follow me all the way here, isn't it? Okay, no, it didn't. Excellent. Fucking Jesus. But now, do you want to do your giant pouncing thing?
なるほど、そう。お前はそのままメーティオンを終え、泉の中央にある東屋に追い込むんだ。
Death itself descends to face you. I'm gonna get you, chicken.
話をさせてくれ、メイティオ。
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい、ヘルメス。
You have to find something out there.
この声が最後に誰かに届くなら、みんなを守って。
But you found out there wasn't good.
自我のシャットダウン完了。共有意識への接続安定しています。お待たせしました。星々の調査が完了したので。私たちの全個体が今回目的としていた星々に到着。ヘルメスより預かった問いへの回答を求め、知的生命との接触を試みました。それぞれの星における結果を
Numerical code.
識別番号順にお伝えします。
Pardon me?
エーナ、文明形成の痕跡あり、住居とおぼしき建造物
Hannah
が
wiped out.
現存する生命はなし。ディオ、大破した建造物の残骸が点在。地表は
Dio wiped out.
生命を検知できず。トゥリア、都市と呼べる住居集合体が現存。
Only they're lingering as a tree at wiped out. This is the time for the crash, and if it happens, I'm gonna flip my fucking shit.
こちらも住居とおぼしき建造物あり、現存生命はなし。
Actual
大
death.
気汚染が死滅の原因と推定される。
生きているものは
It's all dead.
オクト、全土で大規模な戦闘中。
Deploying the weapons of mass destruction, wipe themselves out.
破壊兵器により全滅。
They deployed weapons of mass destruction after having contact made with them.
一面の砂漠、植物に類する生命も発見できず、砂の
Long
中に
dead.
比較的アーテリスの人に近い形状の骨が多数存。
おいヘルメス、改めて聞くが、お前がメーティオンに託した問いは何だった？
生きる理由を、命の意味をどう考えるか。
ではその問いの前提が間違っていたらどうなる？生きる理由も命の意味も生きていればこそ。もしメーティオンがどれだけ飛んでも生きている者がいなかったら、生きたいなどと望んでいる者が誰一人としていなかったとしたら、そいつはこの星にどんな答えを持ち帰ってくる？
There is no point to living?
メイティオ、もうおやめなさい。探索をすぐに中断して。
デカペンデ、特定の個体を巫女と呼称し、文化の中核としていた。しかし その巫女の暴動によって全滅。私にそれを語った巫女本人も問いを提示したところ、回答と称して自害、知的生命消失。
聞く耳を持たすか。メーティオンをアーモロートに連れて行くぞ。こいつを足がかりとして一連の個体を回収する手立てを考える必要がある。
メーティオン。
You're not done yet, are you?
自分は君が今直面している答えを切り捨てていいのか。切り捨てられても仕方のない思いをそれでも聞いてほしいと願っていたのか。
This is the exact point you flip this shit, isn't it?
どんな答えが届いたとしても頭ごなしに否定したりしない。そう言ったのは確かに自分だった。
Are you just gonna do it right here? Hello?
何のつもりだ。
メーティオンはまだ連れて行かせない。彼女の報告は終わっていないのだから。全てを聞いてどうするかを決めるのはその後だ。
I do believe we have found our level 87 trial.
大バカ者め。
I what? Player character and the one cultist were standing on something at a balcony looking down on the others who are doing the ritual. The surrounding palace was covered with hundreds of byaki, which are big blood-sucking monsters associated with here. Hester, sorry. At first, one player wanted to rush in to stop it, but was even very stupid because he would have been fucking killed at that exact point. Yeah, hundreds of life-threatening monstrosities. There's nothing else for it. We gotta go. And the one cultist asked for a gun and shot himself, of course. He let Carcosa leave Earth since it was bound through him, but as Gregor left Earth and the ritual was interrupted, Hastur appeared anyway. One player character managed to avert his gaze, saving his mind. Two looked at him, but succeeded at the sanity roll. He's managed to barely not go insane, and 2 failed to stir his eyes and were wiped from existence. Well, that'll do it. Oh, this has got to be a dungeon, isn't it? Oh my god. These are going to be our trust allies, aren't they? Oh my god, they are. That's why they had Vena do Paladin, Dancer, and White Mage attacks earlier. Not just to show that, oh, like, a lot of their secret arts come descend through the ages and all that, and that they had more powerful, more magic, but so that they could be party members. Oh. It's time. It's time. Get in. Let's have a look. Emet-selch as tank, Vena as healer, and Hypnodeus as bard. You know what? Sounds good. Oh, I absolutely must. Let's see what you fucking learn. I haven't really done any trust. I tried like one after beating Shadowbringers, and because it was like starting from the start, it was a wee bit awkward, but it was fun. Oh, this is a trip. You don't get an opportunity like this very often. Okay, yeah, they follow me still. He's a dark knight. Oh, excellent. I should keep them in view so I can see their text boxes. Get amongst it. They do have unique abilities too. Yeah, that's pretty beefier than a fucking white mage. Like, significantly. Are you gonna interrupt that or what? my man doesn't immediately do fucking doesn't immediately pop fucking flood of darkness to like grab full aggro. Fuck if we could have Venaz and Hephaestus' fucking abilities, good lord. Like, some of these are regular moves, and then some of them are just, I have gone fucking butt fucking insane and beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. That's a giga fucking walrus. I do find that interesting, but just because I was looking at chat again there and noticed the story again. I do find it interesting the consistency of that is of like in the Lovecraft setting and stuff like that. If you kill the summoner, the thing they've summoned and bound to the earth usually starts to vanish. It doesn't persist. It isn't like once it's here, it's here. You kill the summoner and then it loses its tie and starts to recede to where it came from. I feel like there's some deeper meaning in that you could glean if you were to like examine it across a lot of the writing. Although one wonders how intentional that was versus how much of it's like been added over time. Fuck it. Fuck it. Kill it. Just go amongst it. No words on that, emet-selch. Gonna go. There you go. He's doing poses and everything. It's always the fun bit, is like they'll let characters do things beyond what you, your players, could do for giggles. Like for instance, Alice being able, Alice being able to pop sprint and just move faster than you can move across like a narrow line in a dungeon. Just to demonstrate exactly how good her balance is and how little of a shit she gives about anything. His Dark Missionary of skill had a different name. Interesting. This is a promising concept. I wonder who made it. Who made the snow behemoth? You wanna stack up, fellas? No? Alright. I guess that counted. Luigi woke up and left, I noticed. Meaning three characters fled through the palace while hundreds of Byaki walked through the windows. First Soul's character hit in the back and severely injured, but thanks to his above average health survived. And the character with the lowest constitution started to fall back and also got hit. Sadly had below and died in one hit. Two remainers reached a garden with a small hedge made with a portal in it. Fastest ran into a dead end and had to return, while a slow managed to find the correct way immediately. That's some peak irony shit. Byaki got detected fast, but through dice luck he managed to avoid it, and they returned to Earth. Yay! They managed to make it, I'm surprised. Two out of 5. I like those odds. It's technically half. Kind of. If they had trailed half of the corpse through with them, it would have been exactly half. I just had a brainwave. They admit. Yeah, a brainwave. They had mentioned earlier that they had a tool, Kairos, for erasing the memories of subjects, and that this has unmitigated power, and we should be very careful about this. I'm just thinking that was probably explicitly a doorway to cover any potential issues that this entire sequence commits. I was going through this wondering, like, there's no way like they would have been able to hide it. Emet-selch's memory was more or less pretty good. Not perfect, but pretty good. He more or less remembered with uncanny detail lots of the future. There's no way we're not popping that, and we're probably gonna have to come to a moral decision where they decide to pop it. Otherwise, you change the future so much that I don't exist. Be nice if I could get some fucking meme in here. I'm gonna play through the second book in the weeks after my Agora exam. Yeah. See how well you do. How well, rather, how well they do. Sure, dice roll luck, sure, but yeah. Is based on a concept for bipedal wolf. Aggressively man-like in its gait, evidence by building employed tools, the gleaming size gives the impression it comprehends words. It didn't give it the ability to speak, though. One wonders why. Next there is concept review. Bio blueprint review. What does discuss his candidacy now? I missed that line. Yeah, they're happening now. I was debating, like, stopping to watch it, but A, this game just doesn't stop. B, I haven't been kicked out, and C, a lot of its reveals and stuff are really good, and, that's a lot of joy and everything, but a lot of the show tends to just be kind of miserable because you have to have music acts I don't really care about on there, or, like, you got rewards focusing on social media stars and streaming content creators, content, that sort of thing, to appease sponsors or, get companies on board, to make it more of an advertising and to draw in more eyes and appease deranged lunatics who don't actually watch or enjoy any of this. So I'm just waiting to collect. This is like sift through the alleged 40 to 50 announcements afterward. One of them, like, pretty much has to be a remaster or remake for Chrono Cross, because some gacha game leaked that, and it was also leaked in the extremely uncannily accurate because, you know, developers have to lodge, publishers and developers have to lodge with them for the specific drivers and stuff. Yeah, that's a bit fucked. Yeah, there's like a NVIDIA database leak which revealed it existed among other expected games. So we imagine that's probably going to be here, and I'm looking forward to that. But, you know, I'll just find that out after after the show. Pyrrhic breath. I just realized that that particular laser beam is actually hit for the DS, and I'm wondering if bards can just shit that kind of laser beam now. Or if they always could. Oh, I see. Or Knight of Armor 2 news would be good. It's possible. Like, given they have that many announcements, God knows like what they found and where. Because apparently it's World War One Total War game. Maybe they announced that. That seems good odds as a. Yeah. You know, maybe I missed it. I feel like I was gonna say like I feel like they announced something similar like that before. Either from the same developer or publisher, or like from. Let's say publisher, of course they did, but from that series before one of these or something related to it, but I don't remember offhand. I could be wrong about that. Oh, I see. Cheeky bugger. I guess this is concept review. I think it's like we're hitting like basically every single armor type except the one I can use for these drops. Maybe I'll get one in the final fight. This is the domain of birds, his favorite. We are in his territory now. Yeah, I guess if they have like a live thing to filter through it for you, you might as well like sound off if anything of interest pops up. We've been going for about 50 minutes now, and I think it's usually like a 3-hour show. So it's possible. Sonic 2 movie trailer, they did say they were Like a tweet did basically say they're going to show the next Sonic game here, I think, as well. That's another one that's on the block. So which means Sega is out and about, so could be any number of other things as well. Woo! I did pretty enjoy the first Sonic movie well enough. I had issues with it, but I largely enjoyed it. Alan Wake 2 trailer, something more survival horror than the first one. Fair enough. Like, I was gonna say, wasn't there already an Alan Wake 2? But no, there was like some DLC or something that it wasn't there. Defending, yep, that's literally every single type except armor now, I think. Or memeing, sorry. Arrive at the Celestial Sphere. Whoa! We are fighting in the atmosphere. Holy shit. Get amongst it. They announced it. What did they? Chrono Cross? If you turn around and say, "Imagine babies too," I'm gonna flip my shit. They announced a Total War game. With the next David Cage game? Oh my god. No, they did not announce the fucking David Cage Star Wars game. Oh my god. Oh no. And he's also a known cunt as well, so he really shouldn't be here either, given he made a big deal about Activision Blizzard not being here. If that's the case, why did you let David Cage in here? He went into fucking court for this shit and everything. Oh, Jesus. Well, I look forward to the long and prodigious exploration of, women getting naked for totally legitimate reasons. And, how, even in the distant space future, people marvel about, like, how, black people escape slavery and stuff. Just to show that he's not racist. He's not at all racist. Now look at her get naked. I respect women, really. Now watch her get naked. No reason. Not even for like a sex scene. Just now she has to do it now. Because. There's gotta be shit like that. Yeah, their slaying was one actually in this, but there we go. You leave a book for flying things around here. Foreboding drumline playing in the background, the trailer showed glimpses of beautiful planetary vistas, Jedi dueling on a bridge, Yoda, or someone looks exactly like Yoda, standing in Coruscant's Jedi Temple, and a chaotic dogfight in outer space. So, all the same shit that Star Wars always is. Fucking. Wouldn't it be cool if, like, that was like one of the nice things of the Star Wars anime stuff, though I still have to go watch that. At least visually and stuff, it seemed to be doing new things with the setting. This, like, you could do something new with the setting. That'd be nice. That's why people, like, apart from the fact that it was well made and everything, I imagine a big reason people loved Mandalorian was it was something new. A breath of fresh air to long stagnant realm of flying life forms. The previous fun down you'll discover how to make migratory birds exist. Alright, Hermes has winged shoes. That's why he's the one who loves flying things. It's not just speed.
世界中に愚か者と言われてもこの意志を貫いてみせる
This is the technically the second time we're fighting this cunt in the same expansion. In two different, wildly different forms. Interesting. Shit. I didn't see that second one coming. Got a second bone stack, I think I fucked up there. I'm not sure how. Oh, I don't want to die. No, we're good. He's doing a double. It's a regular move, like the MR, it's actually it's a double, triple. Hello, Luigi. Hello. You hungry? What is it? You hungry? squeak. So Tunic was the first world premiere of the evening. Pretty sure we saw that already. Yeah, no, we have saw that already. Unless there's like multiple little games with like a fox as a protagonist in a Zelda-like game. But I said remake integrated for PC as an Epic exclusive. We kind of already knew that because you know Epic have been buying all the Square Enix's games for like exclusivity. I think that got leaked a while back as well. Even. Cannot fucking say I'm gonna die. Yeah. Hello. You're gonna have to give me a wee bit. Okay, that's interesting. So they don't res you. If you die, it just ends. I've not died in the last attempt. Yes, hello. You're gonna have to wait a few minutes. I'm sorry. Or you just want Scratch. You want Scratch to come over. No? Let me reach for you, why don't you? Persona 1 best action game, which no, like just no. That's just one of the, that's just the Game Awards thing of which of our big sponsors bought this award to sound good because it's just advertising. It just broke your brain. I can't come with you right now. But yeah, like no, that's just gonna be a lot of the winners are gonna be like some of the big three, and then just whatever big publishers aren't currently openly known for being a house of rapists, which is pretty much just EA at this point, because all the rest of them are going to be Japanese and those two foreign to be permitted, because they don't make consoles either. Do you want to open here, Emmett? There we go. Alright, I see. This should be fine. One best performance, I mean, she was a good performance and all. I don't know if like best performance. I think they just keep using this one. That's really aggravating. Oh, come on. The activation time for those is ridiculous. This has been not really. She's a white mage. Come on. I do wish they would give us, I just noticed the birds in the background. I do wish they would have a thing, this is kind of true of a lot of dungeons, I do wish if you had like made it to the final boss of the dungeon, the teleport just brings you to like the room before it. And I know like part of it is you have to run back to like classes like healers like regenerate their MP and all that instead of waiting, because running back feels better in that regard. It disguises that wait. But I'd rather have that wait, as we said, around farting about, than you know, fucking, yeah, fucking, you know, do the run back. I guess there's some people who might theoretically not permit you to do that, but so the idea is you have to force them to do it, but you know, still. That or just when you res from a wipe, you just give us full MP. You could do, I think these patterns are basically the same every time, so there's that. Can't Luigi, I know you're here. I'm sorry, you have to give me a wee bit. You can't understand what I'm saying, but I'm going to say it to you anyway. Yeah. No, this is the same rock anyway. Yes, hello. The category games for Impact is one of those ones that's just kind of like, you know, it's kind of meaningless. Like sometimes it's basically like a game that does like furthers some social cause. Like so, a game that has, that's why I fucked up last time. A game that has you know, a great emphasis on, how would you say it? Like a great emphasis on accessibility, such that the stable players could like really easily play with like all range of disabilities. That might win games for Impact for that reason, for instance. Another one might be a game that got in the news a lot for really for really discussing and covering topics of racism or sexism, might be given that for games for Impact. It's basically, you know, like the non-specific head pat award for doing a good thing, basically. Yes, hello Luigi, I know. I'm sorry, you have to wait a wee bit. There's a monster. You have to wait for that. I can't pause this, I'm afraid. You'll have to wait. It's not even like, oh, just do it if you wipe a game, because there is a dungeon timer. I know, well, I'm sure it wouldn't actually take that much time anyway. Nonetheless. Perched over the gremlin. Hello. So it's basically, the Games of Impact for Impact Award is basically a, yeah. It kind of basically always goes to either like, whatever popular indie game focuses on like, you know, social issues or trends, or a game that has, again, further some social cause, or has like an inclusive or diverse cast or that sort of thing. And like, it's not necessarily bad exactly, but I kind of wish you were just upfront with calling it that instead of just Games for Impact, which feels non-committal, I guess, is the way I put it. Like, you know, commit. Say this is a game that, you know, wins for diversity or whatever. This is the one you have to let hit you. Yeah, I imagine it went to that for one of those reasons, as the Life is Strange games are, you know, usually are pretty good at that sort of thing, as I understand. Hello, Luigi. Again, like, it's an okay category to have. Like, it's a fine idea and all that. I just wish they committed to it. Like, just be honest about what it is. You know, like, just be clear if it's like. It's not even to be clear if it's like we know it is. It doesn't feel like you're like it feels like you're trying to hide it or not be like that dedicated to it. If you were like, if that's the case, just call it that. You know. I don't. Why did did I at least get anything for winning? I got Greaves for winning. Rad. The dungeon armor is actually pretty good. I'll have to come back for it at some point. I guess it would actually be better if you had given such games, you would look for such games and give them all individual categories instead of lopping it all into the same category. So I wonder what counts as an indie game. Oh. Canada Bridges Spirits won Best Indie Game, Best Indie Game Debut, Best Debut Indie Game, and devs still making animated commercials for big companies before this. Yeah, that game was also highly advertised by Sony as well, and I think even got some funding for them for like exclusivity, for partial exclusivity. Because I remember it's like it's PS5 and maybe PC. So it really blurs that line of like what is and isn't independent. That we could have, except we flipped shit. That's kind of the Game Awards, isn't it? Like, the whole point of it is, it's like the whole point of it is the announcements, really, for us. So like, the actual award status of it is basically just who paid us the most for stuff. You know, who's sponsoring us, who's like the biggest and already was, you know, who's the biggest, who wants this to have attention or whatever. It's never really about like actual merit or anything. I mean, if she didn't find anything. Don't you start with me. You have been scooped. You communed with her ghosts? They had ghosts left behind? I know ghosts are real in this thing, but you left that part out earlier. You did find a god or something that killed itself on telling you the truth of what it did. Oh. Oh. That's the bad gas. That's the bad dynamis. Oh my god, she's gonna become like the core of all of those. Went in search of infinity. The exact inverse of this lot here, actually, that one. The Etherians, I guess I'll call them. She's pulsing with bad dynamic. She's going to become a monstrosity. Like, she's pulsing with it, my dude. We're gonna have to kill her. The horror from beyond the stars was the Meteons. The Metea.
しみは怒りは
You have created the end of all things. It has become a small emo girl.
なくすことなどできないのだと
You have created a goth bird girl and the end of all things.
ゆえに私は私と私
You've created a hive mind that has now asserted itself as peak depression.
すべての先行く
Oh my god, they're gonna become Zeramus.
終わりを歌う恋しい人美しいアーテリスの輝け
Dude, how did you give them this capacity? You didn't let them eat, but you didn't like restrain their capacity to become a nihilistic enclave? Dude, yeah, just Beaner, like emet-selch, you're used to shooting someone in the middle of a speech. It really is just annihilate. Okay, so the Mateons are gonna become Necron or Zeranos. It could be either. We make our nest at the edge of the universe in the dark of dead worlds. Oh my god, they are gonna become like a nihilist, a hive mind entity at the heart of, like at the edge of the universe. What did Zodiac do to stop these? Suppress the existence of Dynamis, bro? How did you create this, you fucking lunatic? The thing is, we can't, even if we do kill this one, like the rest of them are out there, and they are a hive mind. They share consciousness. The rest of them are out there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, so he is going to orchestrate the end of days. There you go. Yep, there you go. The gentle soul who like revered animals and distressed about the perceived stagnancy of your civilization is now using the logic of all that against you, flawed as it is, to justify his unyielding hatred, disgust, and all. That is sophistry, and you know it. That's a hell of a response. Always a good wit on that emet-selch. You've already decided it doesn't. Again, sophistry.
そして最低である以上は公正を期さなければならない。
Gonna use Kairos, yep, he's gonna use Kairos to wipe their memories. Yeah. Our Traveler's Ward will probably keep us from being wiped. Including his own, actually, huh? Yeah. Okay, every point from when emet-selch arrived to now.
現在に至るまでの記憶を消去。同時に以下の情報をかろうじて思い出せる程度に焼き込んでくれ。自分はここでエメトセルクとヒトロダイウスに日頃研究に用いているカイロスを見せようとした。しかし折悪くメーティオンの共有意識が暴走。 存在を維持できなくなった彼女は
My chickens
宇
perished.
宙にいるものも含め全てが弾けて消え去った。その際の衝撃でカイロスが誤作動、自分たちも含め館内にいた者の数日分の記憶を焼き消した。
承知いたしました。作動準備。3プロセス中第1プロセスを開始します。
さすがだね。それだけまっさらにしてくれたら確かに公正だ。君に出会ったことも教えてもらった未来の話も、メイティオンが変わり果てたって事実さえ消えてなくなるんだから。
行くんだ、メイティオン。
We have to enter deep space to find the nihilistic chicken girls and destroy them.
あなたも連れて行きましょうか、ヘルメス。血肉を捨ててくれるならばきっと運べるわ。
自分は最後まで人として君のもたらす終わりに抗おう。
バカな人、うなずいてくれたら一番優しく終わりにしてあげたのに。行かせはしません。
Can I bind Venom? Oh, he's unleashing.
来てアルゴス。
記憶改変作動準備。第1プロセス完了。
Venom might remember. Emet-selch might
焦ら
not.
せてくれるな。いいかい、君は絶対に今日のことを忘れちゃダメだ。ここで知ったことは未来を救うための鍵でもあるんだから。
We need this to teleport out of here.
ここでメイティオンや私たちがどうなろうが、それはあくまでこちらの歴史、私たちの戦いだ。そして君には君の戦いが待っている。他の誰も代わりはできないんだ。
Let's get back to the future.
だからとにかく脱出が優先。分かったら私にお任せあれだ。さあ、どこにある？あった、空間のつなぎ目だ。
Grab her by the ankle. The dog could do it. Ah, well.
だったらこれを。天の果てであろうと私たちは必ず。
The shooting star.
逃げたのか。
第2プロセス完了。最終プロセスに移行します。
と、悔しがってる場合じゃないね。いいかい、動物園の内部を形成する複数の空間。そのつなぎ
It does a bit, yeah.
私が矢でつなぎ目を壊して外への出口をこじ開ける。そこへ飛び込むんだ。
君には謝ることさえ
I'm not a bit sorry.
逃がすわけにはいかないんだ。
Ha! Damage boost. Actually, no, that's... okay. I was expecting him to have shot the confluence open, but I guess not.
君ならそうするって思った。
He's gonna blow it open, actually.
さすがはエメトセルク、完璧な仕事だね。
どういうことだ。空間のつなぎ目はあちらにあったのでは。
No, deletes your character.
こんなもの見えるのは私とエメトセルクくらいのものだ。
最初から空間のつなぎ目はこちらにあった。あいつらがもったいつけて何もない方に向かった時、平等をしてやるという意味だと気づいたわけだ。
そもそも私の矢なんかじゃつなぎ目は壊せないしね。
まったく馬鹿げたやり方だ。だがあいにくどこぞの困った旧友のせいでそういうのに付き合い慣れていてな。そして
Sneaky
バ
devils.
カな無茶に親しんでいるのは私たちだけじゃない。何せあいつに座を託した人だ。彼女だってすぐに理解しただろうさ。時間がない。そのまま行け。私はお前の話した未来を今も信じちゃいない。そんな無様な
I don't believe your tale even now, I'm sure, buddy.
だがそれでもあえて言うのなら、私に託されたものを投げ出すなよ。
最終プロセス完了。記録の消去および開閉も実行します。
They're not with us.
Daijoubu. 少し疲れが出ただけです。この天の光すべてが生きること、世界を美しいと思っていたのは私たちだけ。先行く他の星々はもうとっくに
You know how many stars are out there?
つけていた。けれど
There's at least one out there that hasn't. Because its envoy has yet to arrive.
遠くて確かに感じる彼女の存在を。メーティオンが飛び去る直前、追跡の術を彼女にかけたのです。彼女はすでにアーテリスを出て今なお離れ続けている。これだけ遠いと
We're gonna use the moonship to hunt the birds.
容易ではないでしょう。ですが手がかりにはなる。エメトセルクとヒュトロダイウスのおかげで記憶だって残っています。私たちは何もできなくなったわけではありません。
now, I imagine, is get back to the present.
物医の様子を見に行ってみましょう。ただ彼らの記憶がどうなっているか定かでない以上、私たちが直接会いに行くのは避けるべきかと。あなたに頼めるかしら。今日は無茶ばかりでごめんなさい。アルゴスと感覚を共有します。彼の見聞きすることに私たちも見聞きできるのです。
Dog telepathy.
さあ、目を閉じて。
Really is dog telepathy.
お三方ともご無事で何よりです。これが無事なものか。エルピスに着いたあたりからの記憶がきれ。
すまない。彼らに日々の仕事を見せる一環として。だがメーティオンが暴走して消滅を。
その影響で院内が警戒態勢になったのですね。そして様子を見にいらっしゃった皆様ごとカイロスのお皿に巻き込まれた。どうやらそうらしい。そんな直近の記憶でさえほとんど。大変な目に遭われましたね。共に入られたベーネス様たちはご無事でしたか。彼女がここにいたのか。
残念だけど一緒にいたかどうかすら覚えてないね。だけどほら見て、そこに彼女の使い魔がいるよ。でも今ベーネス様タッチって言わ
Just drive that bit home.
他にも誰か私たちと一緒に院内へ。
しかしそのものはどうも雰囲気が違っていましたし、容姿も私たちとは少し異なっているようでした。もしやあれもどなたかの使い魔だったのかもしれません。
それもベーネス様のかな。いつか機会があったら聞いてみるよ。
それよりもまずはヘルメスの手当てだ。大型メーティオンとかいう使い魔の暴走。
Someone beat the shit out of him and we don't remember who. Had to beat the birds.
その後アーモロートに行くぞ。記憶喪失以外に問題がないか。
New game Slitterhead. Sound composer also work on it. Yay. More Konami alumni finally getting to do the things they wanted to do.
思い出せないだけで一度した話だろうな。
ああ、わかった。世話をかける。
カイロスってエーテル放射で記憶を操作してるんだよね。強い放射によって焼かれた記憶も星に帰り、魂が現れる時には思い出す。
They have action stuff for their new expansion. Destiny 2 has already deleted the assets for their new expansion just ahead of time, and thus had to resort to a live action cinematic.
思い出すのかな。この失われた時間のことをさ。
たった数日だ。どうせ大したことはしていないだろう。私ならもっと他のことを思い返しながら消えたいものだ。
And now we are fated to kill him in the future.
少しだけ 今は少しだけ。いや、あなた、私も。
So Vanna remembers, and that she will remember, and that will drive her decision to become Heidelin. To at least create the situation. Oh, it was never about preservation. She had them build the moon ship so we could use it to get to the edge of space. Alright. I will be back in a few minutes as I'm gonna go feed Luigi. And, I'm gonna feed Luigi and, see the stuff. So I'll go back in a little bit. Using a Dragon Age and Left BioWare is pretty far in development and released next year. Yeah, congrats to them. Look what they can do without EA management constraining them. Alright. Back in a bit. Oh! I was so very afraid that we were going to open this and it would just be like a disconnect screen. Thou must live, die, and know. The final words of Answers. The theme song of like the end of 1.0 and even throughout 1.0 itself has just increasingly become extremely relevant as time goes on. Ugh. Nightingale. Survival crafting, not for me. I did see something about, they did the Creators Award, and like they're full of a lot of people who aren't from English speaking countries, and then give it to the English speaking white guy anyway, and it's kind of like, you know, that feels very on the nose, doesn't it? Apparently there was then an ad for like some podcast that was talking about like, you know, the experience of minorities, and then they spliced this ad with an ad for PUBG, and it's kind of like, I'm not saying Geoff Keighley is for the race war, but I am saying that the people who write the ads for this show are. Oh. If there's ever a time for the servers to die, it's going to be during this moment. Yeah, not really. I don't think that blends together terribly well.
やるべきことは山積みです。かといって野放図にこの剣を拡散するわけにもいきません。多くの星が終わりを望んでいるという話を愛に頼れるものから伝えていって。
Yeah, so this is the inciting incident where Vanna gathers the followers who oppose the creation of Zodiark and eventually go on to create Heidelin. An opposing convocation.
14人委員会にも協力を仰ぎたいところですが、ヘルメスがまっさらな状態からの裁定を望んでいた以上。
Very Valheim earlier, and it was pretty good. I have heard good things about it, to be fair. It's just like, I need to be in a specific mood for those kinds of games, and a lot of them just don't appeal at all.
終末が来た時に対策を検討しうる人材を削ぐことになる。難しいところですね。やはり彼らは彼ら、私は私で道を探すしかないのかしら。いずれにせよ事態を根本的に解決するためにはヘルメスの問いに答えを示さなければなりません。大事なのは終末を前に、不可避の絶望や理不尽な死を前に何ができるか。それらと対峙した時に立ち尽くすだけでは乗り越えられずに終わりを迎えた先行く星々と同じです。終末を切り抜けることもできなければ彼らの巣へたどり着けたとって。
Describing it as a nest now is very, very,
絶望に抗う、踏み越える術を見出していかなければなりません。私も皆
decently fun combat, but the choral combat loop was also relaxing. I was pretty much just delving into the forest to cut down the trees with a friend. I was playing was just improving the house.
王政の背中を押していくのは
Comfortably living little
困難なことです。
pre-slaughtering life. To be fair, that is the true life of all of us, isn't it?
けれど私は人の可能性を愛した。不可能よりもずっと進む。この先に待つのはあなたが知るのとは別の歴史かもしれない。あるいはエメとセルクたちが記憶を失ったこと、つながる見込みも生じたのかもしれませんが、どちらにせよそれはつながる瞬間まで知り得ぬこと。
I think then our paths are kind of locked in place now.
全てと思わず
As Elizabeth said, like, things will not change here.
だからあなたも最後まで歩き続けて。
Walk with me to the end.
足を進めているとき、私もそう
Didn't they already have a DLC? Did that ever come out? Is this like there's another one on top of that?
その果てに私たちが人が絶望に立ち向かえる強さを得たならば、
Oh, you're attempting to bury that.
終焉を歌う
Brought Luigi's foot up
叩
again.
きつけに行きましょう。
Okay.
私たちの旅は終わるには惜しいものなのだと。約束よ。遥か遠い未来の光。
Away we go. Back through the void. The DLC hasn't come out yet, and this is it. Okay. That's been a long, long time coming.
ファダニエルの座を継ぐことになった。今日から
We see through the time stream that he does accept the seat of Fandaniel. And likely we will see that the end of days comes to pass regardless, the final days passes regardless. And thus we know that our future is the same. Or we're about to enter our own time, and our own time is fucked. Or a different time, where are we? Oh, no, this is the time of the final days. The original final days.
そして私は燃える空を見上げている。今なおこの地上から降り注ぐ星は悲しみ、海を濁らせるのは嘆き。
Was there a Sonic Breath of the Wild? Because Breath of the Wild is the Dark Souls game. Yeah, if it's a big open world, it's Breath of the Wild. If not, it's Dark Souls. That's it. I'm like looking forward to trying it. He's just going nuts on the box. I'm looking forward to trying it and like even enjoying it quite a bit. But like you know, it's on the Switch, and that's kind of my issue. It's like if you cut the Switch out, you could probably do a bit more of it. And I kind of wished it's not going to happen ever, not with the way things have gone. At least not for eons. But I kind of wished. The fuck is it? Sorry, I'm just watching the cutscene. I kind of wish that we'd get one, like a Sonic game made for an SSD, because you could imagine, like, the degrees you could take that. Like, you just sprint across continents and shit. It'd be wild. Like, Super Sonic Unleashed. But, so it goes. That was what Zodiac did. It covered the planet in like a more ether, and that blocked out the dynamis, which prevented the end of days from occurring. From continuing, rather. You can wash in nostalgia. To think none of this would have happened if that fucker just wasn't so like nihilistic about things. He had to create bird girls that he sent out in the universe. These are those who would go on to create Zodiac, I imagine. Which just shows the setting and not much else. Fair enough. Do we even have like a release window or anything?
どうか目を開いて。命を捧げて命を生み、それを繰り返して元に戻ろうだなんて、到底進歩とは言えません。
This is what drives her to make idling.
そんなものにならないで。影なき国を作り得ない以上、いつかは決定的に破綻してしまいます。
Holiday 2022. Fucking a whole year out. We'll probably actually see it at E3 or something then.
ゾディアーク、我らの作りし神よ、どうか祈りを聞き届けたまえ。命を喰らい、命を紡ぎ、そして私たちを返しておくれ。
Minecraft YouTuber Dream wins the Content Creator of the Year award. Wasn't he like... Wasn't there like a controversy about him like being weird to young fans and like cheating in his speedruns and shit? And that whole thing where he said he's gonna donate like a month's stuff of like stream earnings. Oh, she's just gonna go feral. He's gonna donate like a month's worth of like stream earnings to like LGBT charity and then just didn't stream that month. You know, maybe Geoff Kelly is for the race war, among other things. It was something like, I think that was like at the start of the year somewhere. I remember it vaguely. There was just a stream of like absolute fuckwit just kept getting into stupid shit.
それらの合間に人の営みが明かりを灯し、事の葉を響かせる。そんな光景に胸が温かくなった。何より出会う人そのものがたまらなく好きだった。それでもだからこそ私は信じているのです。人の可能性をどんな風にだって生きられるということを。
Are you just gonna cut all them down?
私はあなたたちを分かつ。よすがの神ごと。
Oh, this is the part. This is the point where she does it.
楽園へ至る翼。かりそめの全能は失われた。人はここから歩き出すのだ。
Huge section of a controversy. There we go. In that moment of disgust, at their eagerness to return to a life free of any form of suffering or hardship at all, she created Eidolon.
「どこもかしこも激しく痛む。胸は苦しく、呼吸さえもままならない。神聖した世界では、すべての命が困難の中にある。
Jesus.
瞬く間に命が流れ去り、よどむことなくまだ見ぬ方へと進んでいく。一瞬ごと 生まれ死にながらそれぞれが答えを得ようとしている。なぜ命を与えられながら死にゆくのか。
Tell me why, given life, are we meant to suffer? One of the lyrics from Answers playing now.
不完全なるものはそれゆえに終わらぬ探求の旅を続けるのだ。探せ、終わりを知ってなお立ちすくまぬ強さを。
It wasn't the Reaper at that point,
も
but
つれた足を先へ進ませる者を探せ。暗闇のうちに喜びを。絶望の中でも消えぬ光よ。
well, just a bit grim.
私とあなた、二つの時間が交わりかけています。あなたがこの言葉の意味を知るとき、過酷な試練を超える力をその旅路のうちに得ていたのなら、遠い遠い時の彼方で交わされた
That's what she meant.
果たしましょう。
It wasn't at the start of ARR. It was the time. It was in the ages past. Well, well. We need to find her in the Ethereal Sea. The Ethereal Sea, they found it in Idleshire. And we know there was something at the bottom of Silver Tear Lake which still needs to be addressed. And then, we need to find our way to the edge of space. Once these silly YouTubers around about the speedrunning cheating thing seems to be real. Okay. Description: Vana is watching you in quiet contemplation. Just a bit haunting. I'm just gonna keep on the Ascian gear. They're not gonna mention it yet. I'm gonna keep it on for now. I'll take it off after this cutscene. I'm gonna say cutscene. I assume it was like a big bulk cutscene now. Probably shouldn't have shown up in this gear. Actually thinking about it. Make sure no one sees you. They'll probably, because you have the big thing on, they'll probably just think you've got, like, you know, fancy Reaper gear on. It's fine. Oh boy. As the heavens burn. Yeah, we're getting into all the trailer quotes and song lyric quest titles now. Oh Christ, you don't even want to know how much I've learned about the final days. The final days have come to Garlemald. Well, PS5's action game called Forspoken. Yeah, that's Square Enix's thing. That they've had that announced for a while, like ages. It was like a tech demo they showed for the PS5. It's am I thinking the right thing? Yeah, that was called Forspoken, wasn't it? I think it is. Yep. Hang on. No, that was called Forspoken. It used to be called Project Athia. Ah, yeah. And it's also coming to PC. It's like it's made on the Luminous engine, like the very fancy engine they were once going to use for stuff, and then it was like very complex and awkward to work for, so they just shifted to Unreal Engine 4 to actually begin making games. And it doesn't look good. Like it doesn't look good. Like the gameplay might be okay at best, but like when they show, like last time they showed trailer footage and like extensive gameplay footage at E3 and all that, fucking everyone hated the main character because she just talks constantly. It's just constant quips, constant sarcasm, constant, okay, I gotta do this now, stuff. It's like, it is constant and terrible. Like, just god awful. I just wouldn't leave. That was just the whole way down was that. Oh yeah, I could extract material. Whoops. That's right, Chris told me to do that a while ago. I forgot to do it. Whoops. What did I get for it? Oh hey, Final Fantasy XIV won Best Ongoing Game at the Game Awards. That's funny. Yeah, if they listen to what people are saying, they could just, you know, cut a lot of that out, and the rest of it is just, you know, the gameplay doesn't particularly fuss me, but that's whatever. And that bit should be easy enough to fix. The question is, are they actually going to listen to people and fix it? Because if they're not, then it's just going to be absolute agony. Broken glass. Absolutely have to take this off because there's people who will probably be here who, you know, are only in Garlemald for the first time, and me just teleporting in wearing Ascian clothes with an Ascian mask on probably make them quite upset about potential spoilers, because then you know something's up. Oh good. Hey, see, I'm here. Where is everyone? Oh. Among Us VR? Like, first person Among Us then, I assume? That actually probably is pretty cool thinking about it. Although, you know, making it VR does limit who can play it. This is not. I'm actually honestly surprised. I'm surprised only that this didn't happen. Oh, these are more the Hanish. Yeah. Good night, Emily. I think after this big long sequence, that's when I'll call it. Thanks for hanging about. And, good night. Sleep well. You just announced that to no one. Yeah, who's listening?
暁の血命が援護します。お父様は誘導を優先してください。
Not gonna be anyone from Mazadham left at this rate of going.
あのデカブツは俺が抑える。お前は
難民たちの治癒と保護だろう。さあ行こう。
任せたぞ、アルフィノ。
Yo, we're playing this Siege Alpha now. Fucking, you're like throwing us right in there though. Hello, Estinian. Please destroy them quickly. For fuck's sake. Oh boy. Yeah, I would hope he's getting the hang of these things by now. He's had them this entire journey. Fucking, it's a hell of a tank buster. Oh, that's a new one. That's the one fucking boss from 5. And, and the Omega Raids, actually. Oh, look, he's finally back in gear. Look, Guardians march for good for once. The zealotry of nationalism, at least, is a mad bulwark against utter despair. Have you considered doing anything, buddy? Oh, look who it is. Oh, row is pretty good.
冗談。私たちはあの人が帰るまでこっちの世界を任された。獣になってしまった人に仲間を傷つける悲しみまで背負わせない。1秒でも早く食い止めてみせる。
上等だ。だったらお互い無茶するなは封印だな。
いいけどエーテルを切らしたりしないでよね。さあ行くわよ。
These two have a good report. So, Ellie says turn. There's a Seed Melee, Verflare, Verflare, Vercure. They don't have a mana gauge to worry about. Alright. Eat shit and die. Single target? Why on earth? do anything else. There's gonna be a boss walking, I imagine. Yeah, there it is, the big red dragon that she actually fights with them at the trailer. Ooh. Barefoot, that looks fancy. The Black of Death. How do you have that ability? Yep. Oh, Graha. Bit of irony to be using the red mage spell, Despair, in this scenario. Jump on this because AMP is getting a bit touchy. Why aren't you doing tank work, Ra? You can like do paladin shit. Like, bless your offensive power, you are like better as a black mage, I suppose, but you can do it. Vermilion Pledge. And the Red Mage Ultra Finisher. You need to get to this ship, like, nigh.
前にもプルシャ寺院で俺たちを助けてくださった方ですよね。
そっか、あなたパーラカの里の人だったのね。どうにか無事でよかったわ。もしかして怪我してるの？待って、すぐに治療するから。みんな逃げろ！
Fucking the speed of that one. Oh, I was just gonna recreate the trailer moment, is it? Yep. Only it's Garaha as the paladin. Hey.
ない一つでも。ここは多くの希望を託された未来だ。終末だろうが何だろうが踏みにじらせてたまるか。
Cheeky, cheeky. And it's in Garlemald, not Limsa, actually.
全くだわ。お父様もいるのに膝をついてちゃ見ててって言ったのが台無しじゃない。あの背中にだって追いつけやしない。エルゼロの剣に私の剣になってくれた人にいつまでも一人で切り込ませていられないのよ。
Speak of the devil. Why are we just walking? We should be sprinting in, scythe out. I probably should have said you done well, but I feel like the game probably wouldn't be that different.
おかえり。準備は万全か。
さっさと片付けて次へ行くわよ。
3人でなら負ける気がしないな。
Nervous there for a second. The game stopped responding to controls properly. I gotta look at it. Oh well.
お体。
Get. Does it still go off anyway? I misunderstood. Oh, it's you turning up. What's up, buddy? Hey, the other one's here. Welcome aboard, Alphino. The whole crew going out. It's a bit hard to tell what the sides are on this thing. I mean, you are the healer at the moment, by all means. Yep. Fucking perish. Given I had the gravity field thing and all, it basically was that fucking thing from 5.
では、あなた方も飛空艇の中へ。
予定を変えてシャーレアン本国に避難するんですよね。
私は大衆殿からあなた方の神命をお預かりした身でありながら、恐ろしい思いをさせ同胞を失わせてしまったことには、一方で事実として終末は広がり続けていく。我らが祖国ならば絶対に安全だなどと。
You're a bad people person.
ですが、人を救済したいという心には一点
But
の
then
曇
that's
りも
not
な
a
く、
lot.
皆さんをオールドシャーレアンにお連れするのも、そこで月へ向かう手段が建造されているからです。それが完成すれば、多くの武士やシャーレアンの民と共に、あなた方も新天地へとお連れ
If you aren't even gonna pillage the tower after bringing them out here, why even, like, the fuck are you doing? Prise open the tower, get to the teleporter, and leave.
わかりました。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Just a total fuck about with this guy.
行き先を変更なさるのですね。
ラザハンの民は終末で深く傷ついている。ガレマルドが間近とはいえど、この状況下での強行軍は全滅を招くだけだ。
私も同じ考えです。来るね。彼らのことをよろしくお願いします。
It's not that far. It's not that fucking far. Make a bridge, go to the front door of the tower.
見てくれ。何か
For God's sake, now what?
まだ残っていやがったか。
Well, well.
ゼノス、来ていたのか。
Wonder where you got to.
もう大丈夫だ。このまま飛空艇の方へ向。
What
今さら一体どういうつもりだ。
見たことのない獣がいた。故に切ってみた。
That was a new one.
が、脆かったな。これでは到底鍛錬にならぬ。
鍛錬って、あなたこの状況でもまだ再戦だなんだって考えてる。
Yeah, absolutely can be.
元よりそのためだけに得たせいだ。
Even I, no, I want my run back.
しかし、お前は未だ別の獲物を見据えているのだろう。その熱は俺に及ばず、さりとて怒りや絶望で強引に奪えるものでもないらしい。
To be honest, the final boss was just a duel with Xenos. That would
それだけだ。
何を言ってるんだ。
What do you know, buddy? Your royalty were fucking psychopaths. Surprise.
カレマール帝国が壊れたんだぞ。
He never cared. What do you even try and present him with it about?
お前たちが治めた国が。
Nation never really cared about him either.
帝都はあのありさまだ。大勢死んだ。俺たち
That's kind of the core of all of this. If his family weren't just like, oh, this kid is fucked up and we'd only ever raise him for murder anyway, just keep using him as murder.
様子がおかしくなって、同族同士で殺し合って、どうにか意識を保ったまま生き延びたやつだって。凍えて死ん
Yeah,
でい
he
くしかない。
perpetrated all of that because he doesn't care. We still don't know why he was seeing visions of the final days.
お前たちが望んで仕掛けたことだったと聞いた。本当なのか。だとしたらなぜ。
すべて事実だ。今となってはさして意味もなかったがな。
He doesn't fucking care, dude. Screech at him, rant at him, attack him all you want. He doesn't care.
ゼノスなんかのためじゃない。君のために怒りを抑えるんだ。この最悪の下で強い負の感情を抱けば、君だって獣に転じてしまうかもしれない。
There's a thought actually. For her, nothing he sees the entire world as and all, like, he hasn't turned. That's a good answer. I had a good reason. Would that change anything?
らしい理由があれば、眼前の事実を許せたのかと言ったのだ。だとすれば、貴様らはやはり愚かな。
Damn.
狩られる側のその
He's not wrong. He knows he's a cunt. I mean, that's the fun part, I would say.
誰かの都合がいいように語られる。
He is a cunt and he knows it. He does not pretend. He does not hide it. He does not care. He's just like, yeah, I don't fucking care.
ガレマールという国の中枢ではいくらでも見られたぞ。
He's always known the flaws of his shit. He just hasn't
ある
cared.
いは民衆が意気揚々と掲げる正義が計略により扇動されたものであったという事実を。
Again, we were the same once on the same, just on the opposite side.
俺になぜと問うたな。
Ran justice and saving, but ultimately it was just, you know, killing the gods of the colonized, the oppressed, the downtrodden,
現実に納得するための理由を他者になど求め
doing the acts and jobs of the ultra rich.
たとえ地の果て天の果てまで問い求めようが帰ってくるのは誰ぞの都合よ。
At the same time, he is also essentially telling Fandaniel to stuff it, and maybe he's always known.
生に謳歌することごとく、それに意味を答えを出すのは己自身だ。
It's fucking amazing that our like supreme villain here, like this kill beast like ultra fuck, is like literally the one to do the like, you know, like believe in yourself, believe in you who believes in you shit. You should not glean answers from like the wills of others by yourself. And he's right.
貴様が自らの答えとして剣を抜くというのなら、俺は俺の道理にてその身を技の糧にしてやろう。
Buddy, you will not win. You know you won't.
お前の存在は彼らにとって猛毒だ。
Beating you to death.
怒りも悲しみも
Not killing you,
全部吐き出して
beating you
叩きつけ
to
てやりたい。
death.
だがアルフィナの言うように、それが悲劇の引き金になるなら、俺は行け。そして二度と同胞の前に姿を現すな。
ゼノス。あなたの生き方は強いわ。一理あるとも思う。けどね、それで他人を傷つけてたら、あなたはずっと孤独なまま。再戦だってなんだって望まれるわけないわ。
I think he knows, Alyssa.
人に求めることがあるならば、自分が楽しむだけじゃなく、一緒に楽しめるように考えるものよ。そんなこともわからないなら、永久に振られてなさい。
No retort. Interesting.
"飛空艇の出発準備が整った。民を乗せている者はすぐに立つが、私の船はしばし待機させている。お前たちも望むのであればそれに乗りなさい。こたびの騒動で暁に助けられたのは事実。道を違えていたとて、それは否定されるべきではない。
お気遣いありがとうございます。しかし、しばし待機というのは。
私は一度ガレマルドに赴き、イルサバード派遣団に状況を共有するつもりだ。この地
であれば、私たちもご一緒しましょう。両者を知る立場としてお役に立てるかもしれません。ユルス、よければ君も歩きながら週末について知っていること。
You also need to get this shit sorted, 'cause I need to tell you all about the fact that I discovered what the source of the final days is, and you're not gonna fucking believe it. Sock him in the mouth.
まったく、いよいよ大人顔負けだな。
He's a better dad to him than you. Yeah, probably. Chondrite. Alright, 545. We have to be. That has to be like a new tier, surely. Chondrite Magitech. Yeah, there we go. It finally overtakes. So the armor's gonna start overtaking too. Is it also a chainsaw? Yeah, it's also a chainsaw. They know what's up. There's mid half of these fucking chainsaw weapons. Oh Jesus, you've no idea. Man, I wonder why. A lot of deaths though.
治療が済んだ帝国軍の者たちに事情を説明し、貴公らを追ってほしいと頼んだのだが、間に合ったようだな。
ええ、とても心強い援軍でした。彼らが来てくれたことで救えた命も少なくありません。
Might even say a whole bunch.
ただ、それでもなお助けられなかった。
That was kind of impossible.
イルサバード派遣団代表のルキア・ユニウス教徒を見受けする。こちらの状況は私から説明させていただこう。
そうか。やはりこれが週末の最悪で間違いないのだな。貴公もさぞ歯がゆい思いをされていることだろう。しかし強行せずに避難を選んでくれたのは正解だった。実はガレマルド市街地でも異形の獣の姿が確認されている。もともと廃墟同然の状態だったため数は少ないが、今は牧島殿が派遣団の残留部隊を率いて討伐と避難指導に当たってくれている。
How is there still anyone
帝
around?
国軍にも飛空艇の護衛を終え次第合流を頼めるだろうか。
いいのか、俺たちに武器を持たせ続けて。
造反を危惧しているのなら、そもそも恩人たる暁を負わせたりはしなかったさ。
私たちからもお願いするよ。週末が広がりつつある今、君たちの力を貸してほしいんだ。違う血を引き、違う思いを抱き、互いに囲むもあるだろうが、今度こそ。
Yeah, dude.
その要請受けたまわった。待てよ。
では私も己の職務に戻らせていただく。皆には今一度の感謝を。
お待ちください、古篠殿。謝意を表していただけるのなら、一つだけ願いを聞いてはもらえないでしょうか。
悪いが我々の計画に口を挟もうというのならば聞き届けることはできない。
いいえ、ただ話を聞く機会をいただきたいのです。シャーレアンのこの星からの大撤収、
Yeah, what are you actually doing?
あくまで聞くだけで我々を妨げるようなことはしないと誓えるか。
No.
はい、お約束します。
He does, I don't.
かる者の約束ならば少し疑えた。お前のそれは破られたことなんだ。
Almost like he's a good kid in spite of you.
ひとまず哲学者議会に持ちかけてみるとしよう。結果が出次第バルデシオン委員会に使者を送る。それでいいな。
十分です。ありがとうございます。
やったな。じゃあひとまずオールドシャーレアンに
Oh, it's gonna change
あんたの第一世
everything.
界についての報告もゆっくり聞きたいしな。
Why do you hold your hands like that?
今何か聞こえなかったか？
Where did you come from? Oh, you find the lunar teleporter.
プディング、青い星のプディングはどこですか？
は？
Yeah, the moon rabbits. Where are you going?
月明輝けども
Oh, hey.
暁迎えん。とはいえまさかここでお会いできるとは。ご無沙汰しておりました皆さん。ゆえあってただいま地上に帰還いたしました。
ウリエンジェ、どうしてここに？
I'm freezing.
この格好寒くないの？
Yes, unbearably so.
長くなりこの格好は大変寒いのですが。
週末の現象が観測され始めたのに地上の皆さんがなかなかいらっしゃらないからですわ。かといって月には行かないことになったという連絡もなし、もしや準備に手間取っているのではないかと考え、意を決してお手伝いに。
いやー、それがね、ウリエンジェにアーテリスの話をいろいろ聞いてたらどうしても本物を見てみたくなっちゃってさ。週末で滅びるなら今しかないって思ったんだよな。
プディング、プディング、ウリエンジェのプディングよりも美味しいプディング、 会いたい食べたい恋しいプディング。
ちょっとあなたたち、言い方ってものがありましてよ。5本ともかく人の判断がどうなるにせよ、お手伝いができればと思って参ったのです。私たちはハイデリン様の命への思いから作られたもの。あなた方の道行きをサポートするのが役目であり喜びです。けれど統一機から願うだけでは
The rabbits can use creation magic.
考えること、望むことを理解しきれない。ブリエンジェとたくさん話をしてそれを痛感しましたわ。ですので一思いにぴょっとどうか私たちに学びの機会を、そしてお困りごとがあるなら手伝わせてくださいませ。
察するにその者たち
Have you never seen them?
おや、古シュノ様、お久しぶりです。
まあ、哲学者議会の方ですの？やっとお会いできましたわね。
I guess they've never been on the moon and never seen photos or anything of them, but yeah, this is what you've been working with.
ハイデリン様の右腕のリビングウェイですわ。
ああ、地上へようこそ、リビングウェイ殿。哲学者議会はあなた方を心から歓迎しよう。実はあなたの推察通り、月へと向かうための準備に手こずっていたのだ。ぜひ我らが本国へお越しいただき、ご意見を賜りたい。
This will get the ship built, actually, I suppose.
皆さんが地上で抗う間、私が月という退路を確保する。その役目を放棄したつもりはございません。
I think more means of escape would help, yes.
されど、レポリットたちが地上に行きたいと言い出したとき、
Good shit.
何かより良き結果がつかめるやもしれないと感じたのです。はい、ひとまずはこうして皆さんの無事な様子を見られただけでも眠いた階
It's
段
good to have you back, because I'm about to blow everyone's fucking mind the second we get to Charlotte.
哲学者議会に招かれている間、どうかまたご一緒させてください。
そうと
Just
決ま
stomp
れ
my
ば
around in the
ブリエ
background.
ンジェが風邪をひく前に帰りましょう。私もだんだん冷えてきたし。
大丈夫。レポリットでぎゅうぎゅうの飛空艇はきっとあったかいさ。
Cover yourself in rabbits. Size of the Nai? This comes into play. I mean the moon ones, okay. That one's in the past, yep. There's something fucked about them calling it worldly affairs. I don't know. I think once like we have this thing where we actually explain to them what it is and we get the reactions and close this current quest is when I'll pause. I'll like stop filling out. And then arise tomorrow for, you know, probably the final leg? Look, we have to be getting close. I'm like level 88. Still haven't been to Corvosi. Oh, Jesus. Okay, where do we start? I like how you think, Justinian. We now know it's a thing and we can fucking kill it. Or does she? Yeah, that's why they abandoned the anti-tar. The words are fucking cunt. He knows what's up. To think, the one that's on the timeline where the If Combo Calamity happened might actually be better off. If Zodiac is never defeated, then this never happens, and thus the Meteon Collective. Here, I'm going to continue calling Zeromus until otherwise proven wrong. You know, we'll never get to assault Aetheris. Halfway to level 89. That's not suspicious at all. I actually get to run through their hall. Yo, hang on, look. Okay, it's an axe. I was basically like, you don't have like an ultimate Bahamut scythe, do you? No. They wouldn't do that, unfortunately. How you doing there?
一つ皆に頼みがあるんだ。これから哲学者議会の話を聞くことになるが、場合によっては彼らにさらなる提案をしてみたいと思う。それを私に任せてもらえるだろうか。
いいんじゃない。もともとアルフィノが起点を聞かせてこの機会を勝ち取ったんだしね。アルフィノ君が考えを巡らせられるよう、質疑はひとまず私の方で受け持つわ。
ありがとう。
ああ、皆の者、静粛に。ただいまより臨時会を開催する。今日は知っての通り、暁の決命からの要請に応え、我らが大撤収の計画を明かすこととなっている。早速だが入ってきてくれ。
Sorry, it is late night. It's like 20 past 4, basically. 4:20. It would take a few minutes.
ラザハンの民と我々の同胞を異形の獣から守ってくれたことについてだ。今しがたラザハンの大使にも報告をし、君たちに深く感謝を表するとの伝言を預かった。我々哲学者議会としても本件を真摯に受け止め、この場を用意させてもらった次第だ。
ではまず前提を確認させてください。哲学者議会の目的は終末によって滅びゆくこの星を脱し、人々と知識を月へと運ぶことで間違いありませんか？
そういない。死の都サーレアンは長年そのために活動をしてきたのだ。世界中から集め、ラビリンソスや大書院に蓄積した知識、まずはそれを運び出す。 並行してシャーレアンの民をいくつかの組に分け、月へと順次移送、住環境の確認と整備を開始する計画だ。それらが落ち着き次第、我が国と協力関係にある国家から順に月へ案内していくという手
The order of preferences.
ラザハンはその最優先候補だった。だが想定より早く週末の現象に見舞われたため、どうにか前倒して移送できないかと試みたのだ。
なるほど。壮大な計画ね。この星のすべての民を運べる算段が立っているのかしら。
Thanks, Lucy.
可能な範囲で。
そしてその線引きは哲学者議会がすると。
別の星への移住は史上類を見ないほど達成困難な任務だ。
その是非は一旦置いておきましょう。次に伺いたいのは計画が順調に進んでいるかどうかです。
要求する水準に至っていないという意味では確かに未完成だ。かねてより製造を進めてきた月へ向かう船、通称箱舟は一応の完成を見ている。想定外だったのは週末の広がりがあまりに早いことだ。現状の箱舟の動力機関では航行速度が遅く、何より都度の補給にかかる時間が長すぎる。見切り発車で移送を始めたところで往復数を稼げないうちに週末が拡大。膨大な数の知識と命を見捨てざるを得ないだろう。
そんな、何か手はないの？
生涯での推進力を生み出すエーテル縮体。その改良ができないか今も試行錯誤は続いている。同時に第一陣の2の積み込みも始めてはいるが、限界まで調整をするつもりだ。
では私たちと取引をするのはいかがでしょう。暁の決命はエーテル縮体路の改良に協力します。結果それが必要な性能を上回るものになった場合、
You could easily bring the ironworks in to solve that, I'm
一つ
sure.
目はハイデリンと合わせてもらうこと。
あなたたちとハイデリンの関係を思えば、逆さの塔を放置しているのは奇妙だわ。あるんでしょ、かの塔に代わるより良い別の手段が。
そして2つ目が、箱舟を誰がどのように使うかを皆様に提案させていただきたいのです。
提案か？命令ではなく。
ここにいるたった99人さえ納得させられない提案なら、この窮地に貫くべきではありません。
いや、面白い。その道の専門家たちが頭を抱えている難問に行きずりの者たちが挑むときた。なんと無茶で無謀なことよ。じゃが、行き詰まった研究に必要なのは嫌というほど見返した理論より、
I mean, the solution is put the world's two biggest brains, who would eventually be so big brained enough to, invent time travel and interdimensional travel simultaneously. You know. Yeah, if you put those two at it, I'm sure they'd have it done in the afternoon, honestly. Get peer pressured into voting us. Do it. There's a lot of yeses. And he goes for it himself. Plenty of scrubs.
彼らの申し出を受け入れよう。古主主、計画の責任者たる君が彼らを案内するように。個人としては異論もある。議会の決定としてしかと遂行していただきたい。
承知いたしました。
では、こたびの臨時会は終了とする。終わりの時まで時間がない。各自、己の責務をしっかりと果たすように。
Don't you have Fortunal? Fortunal? Fuck. Fucker. I always get steadily less and less graceful even. In the traditional sense. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? What's the check? I-35, that's what this is. No, this is I-545, yeah. And this is gonna be 545, yeah, okay. So we'll go through and get all that. Remember, accessories are dependent on side quests, which is whatever. Hang on a sec. Is lookout in here, or is it? I really should add that to special. Can't possibly fuck or break things, can it? It's a little buff, but it's a buff all the same. This will be where we leave it for the night. Nine hours. If you feel it. then Chris informs me on Discord that he's been level blocked at a level 89 quest. And given he was already ahead of me just fine and has done a wee bit more EXP gaining, the fact that he is a bit concerning. I think in the morning I'm going to pop a roulette or two. Why not? But for now, it's been a lot of Endwalker. This is pretty much going into the end game. We're in the level 88 quests. Aren't we? I'm pretty sure that was a level 88 quest. If not, we're still on 87. Then we are fast approaching a trial. Unless they've changed the order of things about. They might have, to be fair. But apart from that, after the trial, or whatever, sorry, oh yeah, I'll have to get my level buffed, just to be safe. But I think doing, actually, because I'm like halfway to 89 now, if I'm in 88, that means I'm likely to be blocked by a level 89 quest. So, that leaves me with time enough in the morning. I think to be safe, I'm just gonna pop it just to be safe. Actually, you know what I might do? I might see how quickly I can get to level 90, and then we'll just do the role quests, and that can get me the level 90 gear. So we can just solve all this in one fell swoop. Well, that's sorted. That will be the way clear for the story. That sounds like a plan. And then it may even be that we reach the ending tomorrow. It depends, I guess. If not, it's gonna be. So we covered it further since we went from like the 83 stuff like all the way to like 86, 7. Or 86, and then from there we went from like 86 to like 88, 9. It's like wherever we are here to the 90s is quite likely. I'm thinking. We'll see. Again, this way, that will be. So, yeah, good night. Thank you for watching.